Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, I was renovating the bathroom, stripping old tiles and replacing the fixtures. The bathtub came out with more resistance than expected. Once I moved it, I found deep scratches on the floor beneath, dozens of them in all directions, like someone had been thrashing around. What chilled me wasn't the marks, it was the dried blood pooled between them, caked and old. I stopped everything, called the contractor, told them I was canceling the job. That night I heard dragging sounds from the bathroom. The tub, still disconnected, had shifted 2 inches toward the center of the room. The next morning brought silence, but not peace. I stood in the doorway, staring at those scratches. My coffee grew cold in my hands as I traced each mark with my eyes. Some were shallow, desperate attempts. Others cut deep into the wood, violent gouges that spoke of panic. The blood had dried into dark brown patches, almost black in some places. It reminded me of old rust, but I knew better. I called the police. The officer who came was younger than I expected, with tired eyes that had seen too much already. He crouched beside the bathtub, his pen scratching against his notepad. The sound made my skin crawl. He asked about the previous owners, about when I bought the house, about any strange smells or sounds I might have noticed before the renovation. Strange smells, the question stuck with me after he left. There had been something in the bathroom, a metallic sweetness that I'd attributed to old pipes. Now I wondered if it had been something else entirely, something I should have recognized. The officer returned 2 days later with a crime scene technician. A woman with gray hair pulled back severely, carrying a black case full of tools I didn't want to understand. They photographed everything, swabbed the blood, measured the scratches. She worked methodically, her movements precise and clinical. When she was done, she looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. They tested the blood, human, they told me, female, but no matches in their database, no missing person reports that fit the time frame they estimated. The case file would remain open, they said, but without more evidence, there wasn't much they could do. The words felt hollow, rehearsed. I wondered how many times they delivered the same news to other people in other houses with other secrets buried beneath their floors. I tried to continue the renovation, bought new flooring to cover the scratches, told myself I was moving forward, but every nail I hammered echoed strangely in the small space. Every cut I made with the saw reminded me of those gouges in the wood. My hands shook when I worked, and I found myself listening constantly for sounds that might not be there. The previous owners had moved across the country, the realtor told me when I called. A couple in their 50s, married for decades. They'd seemed eager to sell, accepting my offer without negotiation. At the time, I'd thought I was lucky. Now I wondered what they were running from. I found their forwarding address in the paperwork and wrote them a letter. Nothing accusatory, just questions about the house's history, about any renovations they might have done. The letter came back unopened, marked "Return to sender, no forwarding address." They disappeared completely, leaving no trace except the house they'd been so desperate to leave behind. Sleep became elusive. I'd lie in bed listening to the house settle, wondering if every creak was normal or if something was moving in rooms I couldn't see. The bathroom door stayed closed now, but I could feel its presence beyond the thin wood. Sometimes I thought I heard water running, but when I checked, the pipes were dry and silent. I started researching the house's history, digging through public records and old newspaper archives. The property had changed hands 7 times in 30 years. Each sale happened quickly, usually within months of the previous purchase. That wasn't normal for a neighborhood where most families stayed for decades. Houses like mine were supposed to be forever homes, not stepping stones. One of the previous owners had filed a complaint with the city about strange odors coming from next door. The complaint was dismissed, but the date caught my attention. It was filed just weeks before they sold the house. I wondered if they'd been smelling what I'd smelled, if they'd attributed it to old pipes just like I had. The neighbors were no help. Most had moved in recently, drawn by the same renovated charm that had attracted me. The few longtime residents claimed they didn't remember anything unusual, but their eyes shifted when they spoke. They knew something, but whatever it was had been buried under years of willful ignorance. I hired a private investigator, a woman with careful hands and patient eyes. She interviewed the neighbors I couldn't reach, contacted previous owners I couldn't find. Her reports came back empty, but she kept digging. There was something here, she told me, something that people didn't want to talk about. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A utility worker mentioned seeing a woman in the house late one night years ago when he'd been called to check on a gas leak. She'd been alone, he said, cleaning something in the bathroom. The smell of bleach had been overwhelming, strong enough to burn his eyes from outside the window. When he'd knocked, she'd claimed she was just doing normal housework. But normal housework didn't require industrial-strength chemicals in the middle of the night. That woman had been the wife from the couple who sold me the house. The same woman who'd moved across the country with no forwarding address. The same woman who'd accepted my offer without negotiation, as if money was less important than distance. I stared at the bathroom floor, now covered with new tile that couldn't hide what lay beneath. The scratches were still there under layers of adhesive and ceramic. The blood had been cleaned away, but I knew where every drop had fallen. The sounds I heard at night weren't the house settling. They were memories embedded in the walls, echoes of something that had happened in this room when the bathtub was still connected and someone was trapped beneath it. The case remains open, but the detective stopped returning my calls. The private investigator closed her file after finding no concrete evidence of wrongdoing. Everyone has moved on except me, and I'm left alone with the knowledge that someone died in my bathroom, under my bathtub, scratching desperately at the floor while life drained away from them. I still live in the house. Where else would I go? But I never use the bathroom at night, and I keep the door locked when I'm not home. Sometimes I think about tearing up the new floor, exposing those scratches to daylight again. But I'm afraid of what else I might find buried there, what other secrets the previous owners left for me to discover. The dragging sounds have stopped, but the silence that replaced them is worse. Crime 2, I was walking through the underpass near the train tracks where the walls are always covered in missing person flyers. I glance at them every so often, just out of habit. That day I stopped. One of the posters had my face on it. The photo was recent, taken from the side like a candid snapshot. The name underneath wasn't mine, but everything else matched: age, height, weight, birthmarks. I tore it down and kept walking. But by the time I got home, 2 more had appeared, one on my mailbox and another stuck to my bedroom mirror. The paper felt different between my fingers, thicker than standard copy paper, with a glossy finish that left my fingerprints smudged across the surface. I held it up to the light, searching for something I couldn't name. The image quality was professional, sharp enough to see the small scar above my left eyebrow that I'd gotten as a child. Someone had been watching me closely enough to capture details I barely remembered myself. I called the number printed at the bottom of the poster. A woman answered on the 3rd ring, her voice scratchy like she'd been crying for hours. She asked if I had information about her daughter. Her daughter, who looked exactly like me, she said, who had been missing for weeks. I told her I thought there might be some mistake, that I was looking at my own face on her poster. The line went quiet for so long I thought she'd hung up. When she spoke again, her voice had changed, colder. She asked where I was calling from. I gave her a vague answer and ended the call. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching my house. Every car that passed seemed to slow down. Every shadow looked like it might be hiding a person. I checked the locks 3 times before bed, something I'd never done before. The next morning, there were more posters. 6 of them, scattered around my neighborhood like breadcrumbs leading back to my front door. Different photos this time, one from what looked like a security camera, another that seemed to be taken through a window. I was starting to recognize the pattern of my own movements in these images, the way I walked with my left shoulder slightly higher than my right, how I always checked my phone twice before crossing the street. I decided to visit the mother who had placed the original poster. Her address was listed in the phone directory, and when I knocked on her door, she opened it immediately, as if she'd been waiting. She looked older than she'd sounded on the phone, with deep circles under her eyes and hands that shook when she invited me inside. Her living room was a shrine to her missing daughter, photos covering every surface, newspaper clippings taped to the walls, a timeline written in different colored inks stretched across one entire wall. She poured me coffee that tasted like it had been sitting on the burner for days. As she talked, I noticed she kept glancing at me and then at a particular photograph on the mantel. It showed a young woman who could have been my twin, standing in what looked like a college dormitory room. The similarities were unsettling, not just our faces, but the way we both tilted our heads when we smiled, how our hair fell in the same stubborn cowlick. The mother told me her daughter had been acting strange before she disappeared. Paranoid, claiming someone was following her, taking pictures of her without permission. She'd found mysterious posters with her face on them around town, just like I had. The daughter had become convinced someone was trying to replace her, to steal her identity. The family thought she was having some kind of breakdown. They'd scheduled an appointment with a psychiatrist, but she vanished before the appointment date. I felt my throat tighten as she spoke. The coffee cup trembled in my hands, and I set it down before I could spill it. I asked her if she had kept any of the posters her daughter had found. She nodded and disappeared into another room, returning with a manila folder thick with papers. As she spread them across the coffee table, my blood turned cold. They were identical to the ones I'd been finding, same paper quality, same professional photography, same layout, but these featured her daughter's face, not mine. We sat in silence, studying the evidence laid out between us. The dates on her daughter's posters went back months before she disappeared. Someone had been planning this for a long time, documenting her life with the patience of a predator. I thought about my own recent photos, how professional they looked, how they captured angles of myself I'd never seen. Someone was using the same methods on me. The mother asked if I'd noticed anything else unusual lately. I told her about the feeling of being watched, about the cars that seemed to follow me, about how I'd started checking my locks obsessively. She nodded knowingly, as if she'd heard this story before. Her daughter had said the same things. She'd also mentioned finding personal items moved in her apartment, subtle changes that could have been explained away as forgetfulness if not for everything else. I left her house with more questions than answers and a growing certainty that I was walking the same path her daughter had walked. That night, I searched every corner of my apartment, looking for signs that someone had been inside. In my bedroom closet, I found a small hole drilled through the wall that hadn't been there before, or at least that I'd never noticed. It was positioned perfectly to view my bed, small enough to be mistaken for a nail hole if you weren't looking for it. I called the police, but explaining the situation made me sound paranoid, possibly delusional. An officer took my statement with the kind of patient expression reserved for people who claim their neighbors are spying on them through the electrical outlets. He promised to increase patrols in my area, but I could tell he thought I needed professional help more than police protection. The posters kept appearing. Now they were showing up at my workplace, taped inside bathroom stalls and tucked between the pages of books at the library I frequented. Each one featured a different angle, a different moment from my daily routine. Whoever was doing this had studied my habits with scientific precision. They knew where I went when I went there and how to capture me when I thought I was alone. I started varying my routes, changing my schedule, staying in public places as much as possible. But the photos kept coming, adapting to my new patterns like a virus learning to resist treatment. The quality was getting better too, as if the photographer was getting closer, becoming bolder. 3 weeks after finding the first poster, I discovered something that made me question everything I thought I knew about the situation. Hidden in my mailbox, underneath a stack of bills, was a note written in handwriting I recognized as my own. It was dated 2 days in the future and contained detailed observations about a woman who looked exactly like me, notes about her daily routine, her habits, her vulnerabilities. At the bottom, in my own handwriting, was an address I'd never seen before. I drove to the address that night, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles had gone white. It led to a small apartment building on the outskirts of town. The building manager let me in after I showed him my identification and explained that I thought someone might be impersonating me. The apartment was empty except for a desk covered in surveillance equipment and walls lined with photographs. But these weren't pictures of me, they were pictures of dozens of different women, all of whom could have been my sisters. Each wall represented a different case, a different missing person, a different life that had been studied and documented with the same methodical precision. In the center of the room was a mirror surrounded by photographs of all these women, including several of myself that I'd never seen before. Written on the mirror in what looked like lipstick were the words, "Which one is real?" Below that, in smaller letters, "Which one are you?" I ran from that apartment and didn't stop running until I reached my car. But as I drove home, I couldn't escape the feeling that I'd seen that handwriting on the mirror before. It looked familiar in a way that made my skin crawl, like a half-remembered nightmare that follows you into the waking world. The missing daughter, the other women in the photographs, the mysterious posters. What if we weren't victims of some elaborate stalking scheme? What if we were something else entirely? What if the person writing those notes, taking those pictures, studying those lives with such obsessive detail, was closer than any of us had realized? I never found out what happened to the missing daughter. Her case remains open, her mother still places posters around town, and sometimes I still find my face staring back at me from random walls and bulletin boards. But now when I see them, I don't tear them down. Instead, I study them carefully, looking for clues about who took them and when and why. Because somewhere in those images might be the answer to a question I'm not sure I'm ready to ask. Am I the hunter or am I the hunted? The distinction, I'm beginning to realize, might not matter as much as I once thought. Crime 3, it was cheap, found it at a roadside sale, looked clean enough. A few days after I brought it home, one of the legs wobbled, so I turned it over to fix it. That's when I noticed a slit in the lining. Curious, I pulled the fabric back and found a compartment tucked into the frame. Inside were plastic bags filled with what looked like human hair, long tied with rubber bands. One bag had a note in it, a list of dates and initials. I thought it was some weird collector's thing, until I noticed the initials matched reports from a missing persons case I remembered seeing online. The fabric felt cold under my fingertips as I traced the edges of that hidden space. Someone had sewn it deliberately with care. The stitching was precise, professional almost. I counted 12 bags in total, each one labeled with those same mysterious initials and dates spanning several years. The smell hit me then, something metallic and stale, like old coins left in a drawer. I should have called someone right away. Instead, I found myself spreading the contents across my kitchen table, studying each strand like evidence in a forensic lab. The hair varied in color and length. Some pieces felt coarse, others silky smooth. One bag contained what appeared to be a child's hair, impossibly fine and golden. The rubber bands holding them together had left indentations, permanent creases that spoke of long storage. The note troubled me most. Written in careful block letters, it listed dates going back 5 years. Each entry paired initials with a location description, parking structure level 3 or hiking trail mile marker 7. I recognized some of these places. I'd driven past them, walked through them, never knowing what might have happened there. Sleep became impossible. I'd lie awake thinking about the previous owners, wondering who had constructed this secret archive and why. The couple at the roadside sale seemed ordinary enough, middle-aged, friendly, eager to clear out their garage. They'd mentioned moving across the country for work, needing to sell everything quickly. Nothing about them suggested the capacity for whatever this collection represented. Days blended together as I researched online databases, cross-referencing the initials with missing person reports. Too many matches appeared, young women mostly, who'd vanished without explanation. Their photos stared back at me from computer screens, smiling faces frozen in happier moments before whatever darkness had touched their lives. I started making phone calls, anonymous tips to police departments, claiming I'd seen suspicious activity or remembered overlooked details. Each conversation left me more unsettled. The officers sounded tired, overwhelmed by cases that had gone cold years ago. They took my information politely but without enthusiasm. I could hear keyboards clicking in the background, reports being filed and forgotten. The hair began to feel different in my hands. What started as curiosity transformed into something approaching reverence. These weren't just samples or trophies, they were remnants of real people, possibly the only physical trace left of lives cut short. I found myself handling each bag with increasing care, as if sudden movements might disturb whatever peace these souls had found. One evening, while examining the note under better lighting, I noticed something I'd missed before. Faint impressions on the paper, like someone had pressed hard while writing on a sheet above it. I rubbed a pencil across the surface, revealing partial words. Next appeared clearly, followed by what looked like fresh initials and a date just 2 weeks away. My hands started shaking. This wasn't just a collection of past crimes, it was an active plan. Someone out there was continuing whatever pattern these bags represented. The couch hadn't been sold to clear space for a move. It had been discarded because the owner was done with it, ready to start fresh somewhere else. I called the police again, this time providing my real name and address. 2 detectives arrived that same evening. They examined the evidence methodically, photographing everything before sealing it in official bags. Their faces remained professionally neutral, but I caught them exchanging glances when they thought I wasn't looking. The older detective asked about the sellers. I described them as best I could, but realized how little I actually remembered. Generic faces, forgettable voices, the kind of people who blend into crowds effortlessly. I'd been so focused on the furniture itself, I'd barely registered the humans selling it. They interviewed neighbors, searched databases, followed up on my description. The trail led nowhere. No record of the sale, no forwarding address, no trace of the couple who'd handed me those keys and walked away with my cash. It was as if they'd vanished the moment the transaction completed. Weeks passed, the detectives stopped calling with updates. The evidence disappeared into some official storage facility, probably sitting on shelves alongside thousands of other mysteries. The media never picked up the story. Without concrete victims or a clear suspect, it wasn't newsworthy enough to grab attention. I kept thinking about that date on the hidden note. It came and went without any new disappearances reported in local news. Maybe the plan had been abandoned. Maybe the person responsible had moved on to another area, another method. Or maybe I'd misread the impressions entirely, seeing patterns where none existed. The couch still sits in my living room. I've thought about getting rid of it, but something holds me back. Sometimes, late at night, I run my hands along the frame, checking for other hidden compartments I might have missed. The fabric feels different now, heavier somehow, weighted with knowledge I wish I could forget. I wonder about the people whose hair I found, whether their families ever got closure, whether anyone besides me knows they existed in those plastic bags for years. Their stories remain untold, their fates uncertain. All I have are initials and dates, fragments of lives that intersected with someone else's darkness. The worst part isn't what I found, it's what I didn't find. Because somewhere out there, the person who created that collection is still walking around, still planning, still reducing human beings to samples in plastic bags, and I'm the only one who knows they exist. Crime 4, I live in a duplex, and the unit next to mine was vacant for months. When someone finally moved in, I caught a glimpse of them through their window. I froze. It was like looking into a mirror. Same posture, same haircut, same scar under the eye. I tried to knock, but no one answered. That night I heard movement, footsteps that matched mine. I took a photo through the window. The flash reflected off the glass, and in the image, they were standing behind me, smiling. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the peaceful kind you welcome after a long day, but the heavy, suffocating silence that presses against your eardrums until you wonder if you've gone deaf. The duplex had been split down the middle like a broken heart, and for months I'd grown accustomed to having only half of it beating. The moving truck arrived on a Tuesday. I watched from my kitchen window as strangers carried boxes and furniture into the unit that shared my wall. Nothing unusual about the process, except for the deliberate way they avoided looking toward my side of the building. Even the movers seemed rushed, eager to finish and leave. I decided to be neighborly. After all, living so close to someone requires a certain level of understanding. The walls were thin enough that I could hear footsteps, running water, the opening and closing of cabinets. Privacy was already compromised by design. But when I knocked on their door, my knuckles barely made contact with the wood before I heard my own footsteps echoing from inside. Same rhythm, same weight distribution, same slight drag of the left foot that I'd developed after an old injury. I stood there, listening to myself walk away from the door I was standing outside of. The smell hit me when I returned to my own unit, something metallic and sharp, like copper pennies left in summer heat. It seemed to seep through the shared wall, though I couldn't pinpoint where it was strongest. I checked my own pipes, thinking maybe we had a plumbing issue that affected both sides. Everything seemed normal, but the smell lingered. That first night I couldn't sleep. Every sound from next door felt deliberate, purposeful. The footsteps started around midnight, pacing back and forth in what I knew was the living room. The pattern was hypnotic. 7 steps toward the front window. Pause. 7 steps back toward the shared wall. Pause. I found myself counting along, my own feet twitching against the sheets in rhythm. I started keeping a journal. Not because I'm the type of person who documents their life, but because the details felt important in a way I couldn't explain. The sounds, the timing, the way the building seemed to hold its breath whenever the footsteps stopped. Day 3, footsteps began at the same moment I got home from work. They continued until I went to bed. Day 5, I heard my own voice through the wall. Not words, just the tone and cadence of someone who sounded exactly like me having a conversation. But with whom? Day 7, I found a letter in my mailbox addressed to me, but delivered to the wrong unit number. Inside was a single photograph of my living room, taken from an angle that would only be possible if someone was standing inside my neighbor's unit, looking through the shared wall. The photograph bothered me more than it should have, not because someone had been in my space, though that was disturbing enough, but because of what it revealed about the layout next door. If they could see into my living room from that angle, it meant their unit was a mirror image of mine, everything reversed. What was on my left would be on their right. My kitchen window faced their bedroom wall. I started paying attention to the sounds during different parts of the day. Running water when I showered, the opening of cabinets when I cooked, television sounds that matched whatever I was watching, but slightly delayed, like an echo with a time lag. The maintenance worker came by on a Thursday. He was checking the shared utilities, he said, responding to reports of unusual smells. I let him into my unit and followed him around as he inspected pipes and electrical connections. Everything looked normal to him, but he paused at the shared wall. "You ever notice anything strange about your neighbor?" he asked, pressing his ear against the drywall. I told him about the sounds, the timing, the way everything seemed coordinated with my own activities. He listened, nodding occasionally, but his expression grew more concerned as I talked. "Thing is," he said, putting down his tools, "I was here when they first split this building. Built it myself, actually. And the way you're describing the layout next door, that's not how it's constructed." He pulled out his phone and showed me the original blueprints. The unit next to mine wasn't a mirror image. It was smaller, with a different configuration entirely. The living room I thought I was hearing footsteps in didn't exist. Neither did the bedroom where I assumed someone was sleeping. "So what am I hearing?" I asked. He packed up his tools without answering directly, but before he left, he handed me a business card for a company that specialized in what he called environmental assessments. The kind of work that involved more than checking for gas leaks or faulty wiring. That evening, I decided to look through my neighbor's windows. I told myself it was just to confirm what the maintenance worker had shown me, to put my mind at ease. But standing in my backyard, looking up at the unit next door, I couldn't see any windows at all, just blank wall where windows should have been. I called the environmental assessment company. The woman who answered had a voice that sounded tired in a way that suggested she'd taken calls like mine before. She asked me detailed questions about the smells, the sounds, the photographs. When I mentioned the footsteps that matched my own, she was quiet for a long moment. "We can come out and take readings," she said finally. "But I should tell you up front, sometimes what people think they're experiencing from a neighbor isn't coming from next door at all." She arrived the next morning with equipment I didn't recognize. Sensors that measured air quality, sound meters, something that looked like a metal detector but seemed to be scanning for electromagnetic fields. She worked methodically, taking readings in every room, paying special attention to the shared wall. When she finished, she sat down at my kitchen table and pulled out a folder full of reports. All of them were from other residents of split buildings, duplexes, converted apartments. All of them described similar experiences, sounds that matched their own activities, smells that couldn't be traced to any source, the sense of being observed by someone who lived too close, who knew too much about their daily routines. "The thing about living in a divided space," she said, "is that you never really know what was there before the division. Sometimes the split isn't as clean as it looks on paper. She showed me photographs from her other cases, buildings that had been hastily converted without proper permits, spaces that had been divided in ways that violated the original structural integrity, places where the boundaries between units existed on blueprints but not in reality. In your case, she said, looking at her readings, the sounds you're hearing are real, but they're not coming from a separate unit. They're coming from inside the walls themselves, residual vibrations from the construction process. What you're experiencing is basically the building's memory of being whole. But that didn't explain the photograph, or the letter in my mailbox, or the figure I'd seen through the window that first day. After she left, I went back to look at that photograph more carefully. The angle was wrong, yes, but there was something else. The timestamp in the corner showed it had been taken before the moving truck had ever arrived, before anyone had supposedly moved in next door. I spent that night going through all my old mail, looking for anything else that might have been delivered to the wrong address. I found 17 pieces over the past 6 months, all addressed to me but with my neighbor's unit number. Bills, personal correspondence, subscription renewals, all for services and accounts I'd never opened. The person receiving my mail wasn't just living next door. They were living my life next door, using my name, my credit, my identity, but in a space that, according to the maintenance worker and the environmental assessor, didn't exist the way I thought it did. I called the police, but what could I report? Identity theft in a unit that might not have the layout I thought it did. Sounds coming from walls instead of neighbors. A photograph that predated the crime it seemed to document. The officer who took my statement was polite but clearly skeptical. He agreed to do a welfare check next door, if only to put my mind at ease. I watched from my window as he knocked on the door I couldn't get anyone to answer. After a few minutes, he came back to my unit. "No one home," he said, but I looked through the windows. Place is completely empty. No furniture, no personal belongings. Doesn't look like anyone's been living there at all. But I knew someone was there. I could hear them moving around as we spoke, footsteps pacing in the living room that supposedly didn't exist in the configuration I thought it did. The officer left and I was alone again with my questions. The photograph was still on my kitchen table, showing my living room from an impossible angle. The footsteps were still echoing through the walls. The mail was still coming, addressed to me but meant for someone else. I've started sleeping with earplugs, but I can still feel the vibrations through the floor. I've stopped collecting the mail meant for my neighbor, letting it pile up in the shared mailbox. I've covered the windows so I can't see the unit next door, but I know someone is still there. The environmental assessor was right about one thing. What I'm experiencing isn't coming from next door. It's coming from inside the walls, from the spaces between what's real and what's constructed. But knowing that doesn't make it stop. It just makes me wonder who else is living in the spaces that shouldn't exist, using names that aren't theirs, leaving photographs as evidence of crimes that haven't been committed yet. The footsteps are starting again, 7 steps toward the front, 7 steps back. I've learned not to count along, but my body still moves in rhythm. And sometimes when the pacing stops, I can hear my own voice through the wall, having conversations with someone who sounds exactly like me. Crime 5, I was watching a press conference about a string of break-ins. The suspect sketch popped up on screen and I dropped my glass. The face was identical to something I used to draw as a kid, same hollow eyes, crooked jawline, a scar I always placed above the left eyebrow. I dug out my old notebooks and found pages filled with that same face. I had no memory of who it was supposed to be. The day after, I found a sticky note on my front door. It said, you still remember. Don't pretend. The note stayed taped to my refrigerator for days. I kept reading those words, trying to make sense of them. The handwriting looked familiar, but I couldn't place it. My childhood drawings were spread across my kitchen table like evidence at a crime scene. Page after page of the same face, drawn with different colored pencils, some in crayon, others in marker. The detail was unsettling for a child's work. I had captured shadows beneath the cheekbones, lines around the eyes that suggested age and weariness. I called my mother. Her voice tightened when I described the drawings. "You always had such an active imagination," she said, drawing faces, making up stories about people you'd never met. But something in her tone suggested she remembered more than she was letting on. There was a pause, the kind that stretches too long, filled with things left unsaid. "Mom, did I know someone who looked like this? A family friend, maybe a neighbor?" "Honey, you drew so many pictures. How could I possibly remember one face?" After we hung up, I realized she hadn't asked to see the drawings. Any parent would be curious about their child's artwork that matched a police suspect sketch. Her lack of interest felt deliberate. I started going through old photo albums, searching for anyone who resembled my childhood drawings. Family gatherings, birthday parties, school events, the faces were all wrong. Too soft, too familiar, too normal. The man I had drawn over and over possessed a hardness that didn't belong in family pictures. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. I was sorting through a box of my father's things when I found a business card tucked inside an old wallet. The name meant nothing to me, but there was a phone number written on the back in my father's handwriting. Next to it, 3 words, "Ask about the drawings." My father had been dead for 8 years. I stared at that card until my eyes watered. The paper was yellowed, the edges soft from handling. Someone had folded and unfolded it many times. I dialed the number, expecting it to be disconnected. A woman answered on the second ring. "I found your card in my father's wallet," I said. "He wrote something about drawings." There was silence, then a sharp intake of breath. "What's your name?" I told her. "I wondered when you'd call," she said. "Your father said you might someday, said the memories would come back eventually." "What memories?" "The ones you lost, the ones they helped you lose." She agreed to meet me at a coffee shop. I recognized her immediately, though I couldn't say why. She was older than I expected, with silver hair and tired eyes. She ordered tea and held the cup with both hands as if warming herself. "Your father brought you to see me when you were 7, she said. "You'd been having nightmares, drawing the same face over and over. You said the man visited you, but your parents insisted no one had been in your room." "What kind of visits?" "The kind that leave children afraid to sleep alone." She reached into her purse and pulled out a manila folder. Inside were photocopies of my drawings, but also others I'd never seen before. These were different, more detailed, more disturbing. In some, the man wasn't alone. "Your parents were concerned about the details you were drawing, things a 7-year-old shouldn't know how to draw." I studied the copies. In one drawing, the man was holding something small and dark. In another, there were other children, their faces scribbled out with black crayon. "We worked together for several months," she continued. "Your parents wanted to help you forget. Sometimes forgetting is the only way a child can move forward." "You made me forget." "Your mind made you forget. I just helped it along." The coffee shop suddenly felt too warm, too bright. Other patrons were talking and laughing, but their voices seemed to come from very far away. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because he's back," she said simply. "The break-in started 3 months ago. Same neighborhood where you used to live, same type of house, single mothers with young children." I felt something cold settle in my stomach. "He's looking for something," she said, "or someone." That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the sticky note on my door. "You still remember, don't pretend." What if it hadn't been a threat? What if it had been a test? I drove to my childhood neighborhood. The houses looked smaller than I remembered, but otherwise unchanged. I parked across from my old home and stared at the upstairs window that had been my bedroom. The current owners had installed security lights that cast harsh shadows across the yard. I was about to leave when I noticed a figure standing beneath the streetlight at the end of the block. Even from a distance, I could see the hollow eyes, the crooked jawline. He was watching the house just as I was. Our eyes met across the darkness, and I felt a jolt of recognition that went deeper than memory. This wasn't the first time we'd looked at each other like this. In that moment, I understood why I'd drawn his face so many times as a child. He'd been real, he'd been watching, and somehow part of me had always known he'd come back. He started walking toward my car, and I realized I had a choice to make. I could drive away, return to my carefully constructed life of forgotten memories, or I could stay and finally learn the truth about what had happened when I was 7. I turned off the engine and waited. As he approached, I noticed details my childhood drawings had captured perfectly. The way he favored his left leg, the habit of touching the scar above his eyebrow, the smile that never reached his eyes. "You remember now," he said when he reached my window. It wasn't a question. "Some things," I replied. "Good, then you know why I'm here." I did know, though I couldn't explain how. The knowledge felt ancient, buried so deep it had become part of my bones. He wasn't here for the other children. He was here for me. He'd always been coming back for me. The break-ins were just a way of announcing his return, leaving a trail that would eventually lead me back to this moment, this choice, this conversation I'd been avoiding for 20 years. "What happens now?" I asked. He looked back at my old house, then at me. "Now you decide whether you're still the same scared child who needed to forget, or if you're ready to remember everything." I sat in my car long after he disappeared back into the shadows. The neighborhood was quiet except for the hum of security lights and the distant sound of a television playing behind curtained windows. Normal sounds of normal lives lived by people who slept peacefully because they'd never had to choose between memory and safety. I thought about the therapist's words about forgetting being the only way forward, but forgetting hadn't made me safe. It had only delayed this moment, this reckoning with whatever I'd witnessed or experienced as a child. The police sketch would remain unsolved. The break-ins would stop as suddenly as they'd started, and I would go home to my apartment, to my carefully ordered life, carrying the weight of a choice I wasn't sure I was brave enough to make. Because some truths, once remembered, can never be forgotten again. Crime 6, the hotel had 5 floors. I was booked on the 3rd, but when I stepped off the elevator, I saw a hallway to the left that didn't match the floor plan. It was narrower, darker. At the end was a door with a number that wasn't listed on any map or keycard directory. I knocked. The door creaked open by itself. Inside was an empty room except for a chair facing the wall and a journal sitting on the floor. The journal was open to a page that read, "I'm still inside, help me." I turned around. The hallway behind me was gone. I'm a private investigator. I've seen my share of strange cases, but this one started differently. My client was a woman whose daughter had vanished during a business trip. The last charge on her credit card was at this hotel. When I arrived to investigate, I expected routine questions, maybe some surveillance footage. I didn't expect to find myself staring at architecture that shouldn't exist. The journal felt cold against my fingers. The handwriting was rushed, desperate. As I flipped through the pages, I found entries spanning what seemed like weeks. The writer described feeling trapped, watching people through the walls, hearing conversations that made no sense. But what disturbed me most was the final entry, dated just 2 days before my arrival. He knows I'm writing this. He's been watching me watch him. I took photos of every page with my phone, but when I looked at the screen, the images showed only blank paper. The camera wouldn't capture what I was seeing. I tried recording video of the room, but the lens reflected nothing except darkness, as if I were filming inside a void. Back in the main hotel, I showed the concierge the photos of the mystery door. She stared at the images with confusion, then pulled out building schematics. According to every official document, that section of the 3rd floor didn't exist. The hallway I'd walked down was supposed to be solid wall, part of the building's structural support. "You must be mistaken about the location," she said, but her voice carried uncertainty. When I pressed her about the missing daughter, she became evasive. She claimed no one by that description had ever checked in, despite the credit card records I showed her. That evening I returned to the 3rd floor. The elevator opened to a normal hallway, clean carpet, proper lighting, numbered doors that matched the directory, but I could smell something faint in the air, like old paper and fear. I ran my hand along the wall where the hidden hallway should have been. The surface felt warm, almost pulsing. I knocked on every door, spoke to every guest I could find. Most ignored me, but one elderly man opened his door just a crack. His eyes were wide, nervous. "You're asking about the girl," he whispered. She was asking questions too, about the room that moves. He told me he'd been staying here for months, waiting for his insurance claim to process after a house fire. He'd seen things that didn't match the official layout, doors that appeared and disappeared, guests who checked in but never checked out, yet weren't listed in any registry. "The management knows," he said. "They have to know, but they act like it's all normal, like we're the crazy ones for noticing." I spent the next 3 days interviewing staff, reviewing security footage, searching public records. The hotel had been built on the site of an old apartment complex that burned down decades ago. Several people had died in that fire, trapped in their rooms when the exits became blocked. But that felt too convenient, too much like a ghost story. I deal in facts, not folklore. Then I found the construction reports. During renovation, workers had discovered spaces that weren't on the original blueprints, rooms that had been sealed off, forgotten. The official report listed them as architectural anomalies and recommended they remain closed, but someone had been accessing them. I discovered a pattern in the hotel's guest records. People would check in, stay for several days, then disappear from the system entirely. Not checked out, just gone. Their rooms would be listed as vacant, ready for new guests, as if they'd never been occupied. The missing daughter's name appeared on a list of these vanished guests. On my final night, I found the hallway again. This time I was ready. I wedged the elevator door open, creating a clear path back. I entered the impossible room with a flashlight, documenting everything I could. The journal was still there, but now it had new entries. Fresh handwriting described watching me investigate, feeling hope that someone finally believed. But as I read, I realized something that made my blood freeze. The handwriting was changing, becoming more familiar with each page. By the final entry, I recognized it completely. It was mine. "I understand now," the journal read in my own hand. "The room doesn't trap people. It shows them what they're really investigating. I came here looking for a missing person, but I was the one who was missing. I've been writing in this journal for weeks, thinking I was documenting someone else's disappearance." I dropped the journal and ran toward the door, but the hallway stretched endlessly in both directions. The elevator was gone. I was no longer investigating a case. I had become one. When I woke up, I was in my hotel room, normal and mundane. My notes from the investigation were scattered across the bed, but they made no sense. Half the pages were blank, the other half covered in handwriting that looked almost like mine, but not quite right. My phone had no record of the photos I'd taken. The concierge had no record of our conversations. I checked out immediately and drove home, but the case file kept bothering me. I called my client to report my findings, but the number was disconnected. The credit card information she'd given me belonged to someone who had died years ago. There was no missing daughter, no business trip, no client at all. I still have the case file, though it grows thinner each time I look at it. Sometimes I catch myself writing in a journal I don't remember buying, describing a hotel room that I know doesn't exist. But I can smell old paper and fear, and I remember the warmth of a wall that pulsed like a heartbeat. The worst part isn't that I might be losing my mind. The worst part is that I keep getting cases like this one, calls from clients who don't exist, investigations that lead nowhere. I'm starting to wonder if I ever left that room, or if I'm still sitting in that chair, facing the wall, writing help messages that no one will ever read. Crime 7, I work in security. Reviewing footage is my routine. One night I scanned a feed from a parking garage and saw someone standing still next to a car. The figure looked familiar, same clothes I wore, same stance. As I zoomed in, I saw my own face staring back at the camera, except I wasn't there. I double-checked my location and timeline. No overlap. I watched again. On the footage, the version of me smiled and waved directly at the camera, then vanished without walking away. The timestamp burned into my memory. I replayed the sequence dozens of times, frame by frame. The image quality was sharp, undeniable. My supervisor walked past my desk, coffee in hand, commenting on how quiet the shift had been. I minimized the window and nodded, my throat dry as sand. That night I couldn't sleep. The apartment felt smaller, walls pressing inward. I kept thinking about the wave, deliberate, almost mocking. Who records security footage knowing they're being watched, someone who wants to be seen, someone with access to the system. The next evening I arrived early and pulled the personnel logs. Everyone with garage access had badge swipes recorded. I cross-referenced the timestamp with entry records. Nothing matched. The garage had been empty except for the phantom version of myself. I began reviewing older footage, searching for patterns. The parking garage served a residential complex where I'd lived years ago, before the divorce, before the job became everything. I recognized the concrete pillars, the faded yellow lines, the flickering fluorescent that maintenance never fixed. In footage from 3 weeks prior, I found another anomaly. A woman in a blue coat standing by the elevator, perfectly still for 17 minutes. Her face was turned away, but something about her posture triggered recognition. She reminded me of someone, a neighbor maybe, or a witness from a case I'd worked. I pulled the building's resident directory and started making calls. Most went to voicemail. The few who answered claimed they hadn't seen anything unusual. Their voices carried that particular strain of people who have talked to too many officials, answered too many questions about things they'd rather forget. One resident, an elderly man with a gravelly voice, paused when I described the woman in the blue coat. He said she'd been coming around asking about the previous tenant in Unit 304. That unit had been empty for months after the incident. He wouldn't elaborate on what incident, just said the police had been involved and people preferred not to discuss it. I accessed the building's maintenance reports. Unit 304 had required extensive cleaning and repairs. Water damage, they claimed, though the reports were vague. The work orders were signed by someone whose signature I couldn't decipher. My hands shook as I typed the unit number into the database. The records showed a young professional who lived alone, worked late shifts, kept to himself. No family listed as emergency contacts, no forwarding address after the lease termination. The photograph in his file made my stomach clench. He looked exactly like me, not similar, not resembling, but identical. Same jawline, same eyes, same scar above the left eyebrow from a childhood accident I remembered vividly. I drove to the building that night, badge in hand, heart hammering against my ribs. The garage was exactly as I'd seen it on the monitors, concrete and shadows and that persistent fluorescent flicker. I stood where the figure had stood, looking up at the camera. The red recording light blinked steadily. The elevator carried me to the third floor. Unit 304's door stood slightly ajar, yellow tape across the frame like a broken promise. The smell hit me immediately, something chemical mixed with decay, masked by industrial disinfectant. Inside, the walls had been stripped bare, carpet removed, surfaces bleached white. But in the bedroom, I found something the cleaning crew had missed. Behind the radiator, a stack of photographs. Each one showed the same parking garage, the same camera angle, the same figure standing motionless. Me or someone who looked exactly like me. The photographs were dated going back months. In some, the figure held signs with messages I couldn't make out. In others, he pointed directly at the camera lens. The final photograph showed him holding a badge, my badge, with my employee number clearly visible. I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate, familiar. I pocketed the photographs and moved toward the window. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Someone knocked, 3 soft taps, a pause, then 3 more. The same pattern I used when I came home to my own apartment. My throat constricted. I didn't answer. The knocking stopped. I waited, counting my heartbeats, watching the door. Nothing. When I finally looked into the hallway, it was empty. Back at the security office, I reviewed the footage from tonight. The garage cameras showed my car arriving, parking, my figure walking toward the elevator. But the building's internal cameras showed no one entering Unit 304. According to the system, I'd never left the garage. I called the building manager, claiming to investigate a break-in. She told me Unit 304 had been sealed after the tenant's disappearance. No one had accessed it since the initial investigation. The police had closed the case after finding no evidence of foul play. She paused, then asked if I was the officer who'd called last month with similar questions. I told her no, I wasn't a police officer. She insisted someone with my voice had called repeatedly, asking about the surveillance system, about access codes, about the tenant who'd vanished. I hung up and stared at the monitors. Camera feeds from across the city displayed their silent vigil. In the corner of one screen, a figure stood perfectly still in an empty parking garage. As I watched, he raised his hand and waved. The timestamp showed the current date and time. The location was my apartment building. I grabbed my keys and ran. Crime 8, it looked like a chip in the wood just above the doorknob, but the color was off. I picked at it thinking it was paint or old gum. It popped out and fell into my hand. A molar, human, no root, just smooth on one side, jagged on the other. That night I couldn't stop staring at that spot. The next morning there were scratches around the hole, small ones like fingernails. I checked all the other frames in the house. 3 more teeth, all placed at eye level, all pointing inward. The house came with paperwork. Previous owner had died, they said. Natural causes. The realtor's smile never reached his eyes when he mentioned it. I bought the place because it was cheap and I needed cheap. The mortgage felt manageable. The silence felt necessary after everything that had happened. I kept the teeth in a small glass jar on my kitchen counter. Every morning I'd pour coffee and stare at them while the steam rose from my cup. They seemed deliberate, intentional. Someone had pushed them into those frames with enough force to embed them permanently. The wood around each hole showed stress fractures, tiny lines radiating outward like spider webs. The neighbor across the street watched me through her window, an older woman with silver hair pulled back tight. When I waved, she'd disappear behind her curtains. I wondered if she knew something about the previous owner, about the teeth. I called the realtor. His voice shifted when I mentioned what I'd found. He suggested I might be mistaken. Maybe they were animal teeth, he said. Maybe decorative elements left by the previous owner. His suggestions felt rehearsed, like he'd given this speech before. The county records office had files on the house. The previous owner's name was redacted in most documents. Only initials remained. The death certificate listed cardiac arrest, no autopsy, no investigation, but there were police reports from neighbors, noise complaints stretching back 2 years, sounds of arguing, sounds of something being dragged across floors. The complaints stopped abruptly 6 months before the death. I found myself touching the holes in the door frames. The wood felt cold, even on warm afternoons. My fingertips would trace the edges where the teeth had been. The scratches around each hole were definitely made by fingernails. I could see the curved pattern, the desperate scraping motion. Someone had clawed at these frames. The basement held more answers. Paint cans lined one wall, but they'd never been opened. Behind them I found a toolbox with dental pliers, the kind used for extractions. They were clean, but rust stains marked the metal where something had been scrubbed away. Next to the toolbox sat a small notebook with addresses written in shaky handwriting. My address was circled in red ink. Sleep became difficult. I'd wake to sounds that might have been the house settling or might have been footsteps. The refrigerator hummed differently at night, almost like whispers. I started checking the door frames compulsively. No new teeth appeared, but the holes seemed deeper somehow, darker. The woman across the street finally approached me while I was checking my mailbox. Her voice was barely above a whisper. She told me about the previous owner, how he'd worked in dental prosthetics, how people would visit his house for fittings and adjustments, how those visits became less frequent, then stopped entirely. How the man began talking to himself, visible through windows, gesturing wildly at empty rooms. She mentioned the sounds, the drilling, the grinding, always at night, always when normal people would be sleeping. She'd called the police repeatedly, but they found nothing illegal, just an old man working on his craft. The noise complaints were filed and forgotten. But she remembered one detail that chilled her. The last visitor to the house hadn't left. She'd watched a young person enter one evening but never saw them leave. She waited, she watched, days passed. The drilling sounds continued, but no one came or went. I returned to the basement with new purpose. Behind the paint cans I found more than tools. There were molds, dozens of them, dental impressions stacked in careful rows, each labeled with initials and dates. The dates went back years. The most recent was from just before the previous owner's death. The molds weren't for prosthetics. They were perfect impressions of healthy teeth, all of them. Every single mold showed complete dental structure with no gaps, no decay, no need for replacement. Someone had been collecting impressions from unwilling subjects. I matched the teeth from my door frames to several molds, perfect fits. The realization struck me like cold water. These weren't trophies or decorations. They were markers, evidence of what had happened in this house, evidence that someone had tried to preserve before they couldn't preserve anything else. The scratches around the holes made sense now. Someone had tried to remove the teeth, had clawed desperately at the wood, trying to destroy the evidence, trying to erase what had been done. But the wood was hard, the embedding was deep. The fingernails broke before the teeth came free. I called the police. The detective who responded seemed familiar with the address. He examined the teeth, the molds, the dental tools. His expression grew darker with each discovery. He mentioned other cases, other missing persons, other dental professionals who died under suspicious circumstances. But the previous owner was dead. Natural causes, according to the certificate. No way to question him. No way to confirm what had really happened in the basement. The detective bagged everything as evidence, but his tone suggested the investigation would be difficult. Dead suspects don't provide confessions. The house feels different now, empty in a way that goes beyond furniture or decoration. I find myself staring at the holes in the door frames, imagining the desperate person who'd embedded those teeth, wondering if they'd been trying to leave a message, wondering if anyone else would have been clever enough to notice. The woman across the street moved away last week. Before she left, she handed me an envelope. Inside was a photograph of the house taken from her window. In the image, I could see into the basement through a small window. There was a figure down there, someone I didn't recognize, someone who shouldn't have been in my house. The photograph was dated yesterday. I keep the image next to the empty jar that once held the teeth. Sometimes I catch myself checking the door frames, looking for new additions, looking for fresh scratches in the wood, listening for sounds from the basement that might not be the house settling. The investigation continues, but I know it will go nowhere. The real perpetrator is beyond justice now. What remains is the question of whether justice was the point, whether the teeth were evidence or warning, whether I'm living in a crime scene or creating one. The holes in my door frames are still there, waiting to be filled. Crime 9, I work in freight, no questions asked. Heavy stuff, light stuff, weird shapes. One crate came in sealed with industrial tape and metal bands, no markings. As I moved it, I heard movement like shifting weight. Then a sound, breathing, not mechanical, organic. I called dispatch, said it might be a mistake. They told me to drop it off and forget it. At the delivery address, no one came to the door. I left it by the entrance. The next day, the same crate was back in my truck, same seal. Same breathing, except this time it said my name. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't slept properly since. The breathing haunts me, soft, deliberate, like someone trying not to be heard. When I close my eyes, I can still feel the vibration through the wooden slats against my palms. The weight distribution was wrong too, not like furniture or machinery. It shifted with purpose, responding to movement. I started asking questions I shouldn't have asked. The manifest showed the crate originated from a storage facility across town. When I drove there, the manager claimed no record of any shipment that week. His hands shook when he checked the computer. The smell of bleach was overwhelming, sharp enough to burn my nostrils. Fresh cleaning in an old warehouse doesn't happen without reason. The delivery address belonged to a house that had been empty for months. Neighbors said the previous tenant disappeared suddenly, leaving behind personal belongings and an unpaid lease. The landlord avoided eye contact when I mentioned the delivery. He kept touching his wedding ring, twisting it like a nervous habit. His wife appeared in the doorway behind him, pale and hollow-eyed. She whispered something to him that made his jaw clench. I returned to the house after dark. The crate was gone. No tire tracks in the dirt driveway, no footprints, just gone. The silence felt heavier than the breathing had been. Dispatch claimed they had no record of the return pickup. The supervisor who gave me the original order had taken sudden leave. His replacement knew nothing about special deliveries or sealed crates. The paperwork I remembered filling out vanished from my logbook. Even the carbon copy was missing. I started recording everything. Audio notes, photographs, copies of manifests. The pattern became clear. I wasn't the only driver who had handled unusual cargo recently. 3 others had similar stories. Sealed containers, strange sounds, missing documentation. 1 driver quit without notice. Another transferred to a different depot. The 3rd still works here, but won't make eye contact anymore. The warehouse where I pick up loads has a restricted section I never noticed before. New security cameras point inward, not outward. The loading dock closest to that area always smells like industrial disinfectant. Workers avoid that end of the building, clustering around the coffee machine at the opposite entrance. I followed one of the managers after his shift. He drove to the same storage facility where my crate originated, stayed inside for exactly 20 minutes. When he came out, he sat in his car without starting the engine. His shoulders shook like he was crying or trying not to vomit. The next week, a new crate appeared on my manifest. Same dimensions, same tape, same metal bands. This time I refused the pickup. My supervisor said I didn't have a choice. Company policy required drivers to complete assigned routes. The threat in his voice was subtle but unmistakable. I carried a recording device that day. The crate breathed throughout the entire journey. Rhythmic, exhausted, desperate. Halfway through the route, the breathing changed pattern, faster, more panicked, like whoever was inside knew where we were going. The delivery address was different this time. A medical clinic that had been closed for renovation. No cars in the parking lot, no signs of construction work. The windows were covered with brown paper. I knocked on every door, no answer. The breathing from the crate became frantic, accompanied by muffled sounds that could have been words. I couldn't leave it there. I drove to the police station instead. The desk sergeant looked at my paperwork with confusion. He made several phone calls, each conversation ending with him looking more uncomfortable. Finally, he told me to return the crate to my warehouse and file a report with my company. The drive back was silent, no breathing, no movement. Whatever had been inside was still now. At the warehouse, my supervisor was waiting. He helped me unload the crate personally, something he had never done before. His hands were steady, practiced. He knew exactly how to handle the weight distribution. The way he positioned his grip suggested this wasn't his first time moving cargo that breathed. He asked me to forget about the delivery, said there had been administrative errors, paperwork mix-ups. He handed me an envelope with enough cash to cover a month of expenses, a bonus for discretion. His smile never reached his eyes. I kept the audio recording, 3 hours of breathing, punctuated by moments of desperate movement. In the clearest section, buried beneath the mechanical sounds of my truck, I can hear something else. Words, faint but unmistakable, a name being repeated over and over. My name. The same name the first crate had spoken. The same name that wakes me up at night, whispered from the corner of my bedroom where shadows gather too thick. I don't work freight anymore. Found a different job, different company, different routes, but sometimes when I'm driving alone at night, I hear breathing from my empty cargo area. Soft, deliberate, patient. And I know that somewhere in this city, there are people who think I know too much about crates that breathe. People who understand weight distribution and metal bands and industrial tape. People who know my name and where I live and what I've heard. The truth is still out there, sealed in wooden boxes, breathing in the dark, waiting for drivers who ask too many questions, waiting for people like me who can't forget the sound of desperation muffled by industrial tape. I don't know who was inside those crates. I don't know if they're still alive. I don't know if I helped save them or deliver them to something worse. All I know is that freight still moves through this city every night, sealed cargo with no questions asked, and somewhere someone else is hearing breathing where there should only be silence. The company I used to work for is still operating, same warehouse, same restricted section, same smell of disinfectant. They've hired new drivers to replace the ones who left. Young people who need the money and won't ask questions about unusual cargo. I wonder if they've started hearing their names whispered from wooden crates yet. I wonder if they know what they're really delivering. Story 10. In the quiet town, there was a house at the edge of the woods, a house shrouded in mystery. It stood solitary, its windows dark, its porch weary with time. No one in the town spoke of it, no one knew who owned it, no one remembered its origins. But when a group of hikers ventured too close, they discovered something eerie, names carved into the wooden walls, etched deeply like ominous messages. At the very bottom, fresh and untouched, was a name unfamiliar to them all. And then a whisper broke the silence, trembling, "That name is mine." In the dead of night, a call came through to dispatch, a routine report of trespassing. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hikers who found his own name etched into the abandoned house. The responding officers anticipated a simple case of mischief, perhaps a prank gone awry, but what they encountered defied logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness cloaked the forest. Her flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing the worn front of the structure. The names 27 in total ran down the eastern wall, some faded by time, others sharp as if carved yesterday. And at the end, Mason Wright, the carving still bearing traces of fresh wood shavings. "I've never been here before," Mason insisted, his breath visible in the cold air. "I don't understand how my name got here." The investigation commenced with checks on each listed name. The findings sent a chill through the detective team. Every name belonged to a person reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had grown cold, while others remained active, but all shared a chilling similarity: they vanished while hiking alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, linked to a disappearance 37 years ago. The case file recounted a young woman who entered the woods and never returned, leaving behind only a lone hiking boot by a stream. Detective Keller questioned Mason at length, his story unwavering. He had no ties to the area beyond this fateful hike with his college friends. They had randomly chosen the trail based on an online suggestion. Nothing in his background connected him to the other names on the wall. The focus turned to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, shared images from their hike. Upon scrutiny, analysts noticed a disturbing presence, a blurred figure lingering in the background of several photos. A tall, slender silhouette, always obscured by trees. "We never saw anyone else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Ordered by Detective Keller, officers searched the interior of the house. Dust coated every surface, furniture lay in disarray, but in the basement a chilling discovery awaited them. Personal belongings of the missing hikers were neatly arranged on shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, all labeled with names matching those on the exterior wall. Under UV light, blood traces emerged on the concrete floor, old stains someone had tried to erase. Despite no bodies found beneath the house, cadaver dogs alerted near the dense forest at the rear of the property. As the probe intensified, Mason's behavior grew erratic. He reported strange incidents, whispers in the night, fresh footprints leading to his door but not away, shadowy figures observing from afar. Assigned protection, Mason's paranoia escalated. A breakthrough surfaced with buried land records. The house once belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Rarely seen by neighbors, he vanished 15 years prior without investigation. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller delved deeper into the surrounding woods. The search party stumbled upon rudimentary hunting blinds strategically placed along common hiking routes. Inside one blind, a journal was found, meticulous notes on hikers, their habits and gear. Writing matched samples from Victor Blackwood. Entries progressed from animal hunting to viewing humans as prey, detailing how he selected his victims. A manhunt for Blackwood spanned jurisdictions. Helicopters scanned with thermal cameras, tactical units combed every crevice, yet the suspect remained elusive. Mason ceased communication. His apartment found deserted, save for a freshly carved message on his bedroom wall: "The hunter becomes the hunted." Days turned to weeks with no sign of Mason. During a sweep of Blackwood's house, a hidden workshop was uncovered behind a false wall. Woodworking tools, preservatives, and a newly carved wooden piece with a familiar name belonging to the missing forensic technician. The technician, absent due to illness, remained unreachable. Authorities secured the house with constant surveillance. Cameras monitored every angle, motion sensors on high alert, and one night the trap was sprung. Sensors activated, capturing a tall, slender figure emerging from the forest. Graceful and unnatural, the figure approached the house, seemingly unfazed by the scrutiny. Tactical teams closed in, but in a blink, the figure vanished without a trace. To this day, the house remains watched closely. Mason and the technician vanished, their fate unknown. The investigation persists as similar vanishings occur in wooded areas. The names on the wall have become a chilling legend, whispered by some, avoided by others, and local hikers steer clear, fearful that mentioning the house may add their names to that dreadful list, the names unspoken. Story 11. In the quiet of the night, a flicker danced on the baby monitor screen, a fleeting anomaly that caught the mother's attention. Initially brushed off as mere interference, the tranquility of the moment shattered when the audio crackled and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept through her veins as she stood frozen, heart racing. With a sense of dread, she hurried to her son's room, the air thick with tension. But as her trembling hands reached for the doorknob, she knew something was amiss. The crib stood empty, a void where her precious Samuel should have been. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. Yet amidst the stillness, a lone stuffed rabbit lay on the floor, its unblinking black eyes seeming to hold secrets untold. Rebecca's screams pierced the night, a raw expression of anguish that echoed through the walls, reaching the ears of concerned neighbors who swiftly summoned help. When authorities arrived, they found her cradling the silent rabbit, a symbol of a nightmare turned reality. Samuel, just 4 months old, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that defied logic. The investigation that followed was shrouded in mystery, with scant leads to follow. No signs of forced entry marred the home, the security system standing guard throughout the fateful night. The baby monitor footage, once a source of comfort, now held a cryptic message amidst the static, a whisper that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned investigators. Suspicion cast its shadow upon Rebecca, her every action scrutinized under the harsh light of uncertainty. Her husband, Daniel, absent during the ordeal, returned to a world torn asunder by unspoken accusations. Their fractured marriage, strained by the weight of parenthood, now faced a trial unlike any other. Medical records hinted at hidden struggles, whispers of postpartum shadows that danced at the edges of perception. Yet as detectives probed deeper, a new light emerged, a tiny thread of hope in a tapestry of uncertainty. Forensic experts uncovered minuscule fibers on the nursery windowsill, foreign to the household tapestries that adorned the home. These fibers, delicate strands of a rare climbing rope, hinted at a clandestine entry from the shadows of the night. The focus shifted, revealing a silhouette in the darkness captured by vigilant neighbors' security cameras. A footprint, partially imprinted in the soft earth, spoke of a skilled intruder with a purpose known only to them. Daniel, returning to a house haunted by silence, found himself thrust into the spotlight of suspicion. His hands, marked by unusual calluses, betrayed a hidden pastime, a passion for rock climbing born of unseen turmoil. Financial records painted a grim portrait, a canvas stained by the ink of deceit. An insurance policy, hefty and ominous, cast a shadow over his intentions, while clandestine calls to an unknown number hinted at a web of deceit woven with precision. As the pieces fell into place, a portrait of betrayal emerged from the shadows. Daniel's double life, a secret family hidden from view, painted a chilling picture of duplicity. The digital realm, once a beacon of connection, now served as a conduit for darkness. The baby monitor, a silent witness to unspeakable truths, held the key to unlocking a web of lies that spanned years. In a basement cloaked in shadows, a revelation awaited, a truth too chilling to comprehend. Samuel, found alive in the care of a woman named Elaine, linked the past to the present in a tapestry of sorrow. Her vacant gaze spoke volumes as she surrendered to the inevitable, her part in the tragedy laid bare for all to see. Through the veil of time and memory, old wounds reopened, revealing a connection forged in loss and desperation. Daniel's denial crumbled under the weight of irrefutable evidence. Climbing equipment, a silent witness to his deeds, bore the same fibers found at the scene of the crime. His boots, a damning echo of his presence, sealed his fate in the eyes of justice. Encrypted messages, a digital testament to his treachery, painted a portrait of a man consumed by greed and deception. In the hushed confines of the courtroom, the truth unfurled like a dark tapestry of deceit. The baby monitor, once a harbinger of peace, now stood as a sentinel of truth, its whispered words carrying a weight of sorrow that echoed through the years. Daniel's cough, a telltale echo in the night, sealed his fate in the eyes of the law. The jury's swift deliberation echoed the finality of justice served, as sentences were handed down to those who had dared to disrupt the fragile balance of trust. Amidst the chaos of shattered lives, Rebecca and Samuel found solace in a new beginning, a chance to rebuild what had been torn asunder. The scars of the past lingered, a reminder of the fragility of innocence in a world tainted by shadows. The baby monitor, a silent witness to the darkness that lurked in the hearts of men, held a truth that transcended words. As the years passed, Samuel grew in the embrace of a mother determined to shield him from the echoes of the past. The stuffed rabbit, a relic of a night best forgotten, lay hidden away, its glassy eyes a silent testament to a truth too painful to bear. The monitor stood silent, a sentinel of memories locked away, a reminder of a night when whispered words carried a weight of sorrow that changed lives forever. And in the stillness of the night, a mother's lullaby wove a tapestry of peace, a promise of safety in a world where shadows danced at the edge of perception. Story 12. The aged apartment held its peculiarities: pipes that groaned in the night, floorboards that whispered secrets with every step. But the new tenant, Sarah Coleman, sensed a presence beyond the ordinary. The footsteps echoed above her, a rhythmic cadence that defied logic. How could they be so precise when she resided on the top floor? One evening, emboldened by curiosity mixed with unease, Sarah tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased abruptly, plunging the space into an eerie silence. Then, a single knock reverberated from within the ceiling, sending shivers down her spine. Sarah chose to keep the strange incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the aging building, or perhaps a curious critter exploring the attic. Night after night, the methodical footfalls persisted, tracing invisible paths across the ceiling in the darkness. Sarah adapted, drowning out the unsettling sounds with blaring television and earphones, seeking refuge in distraction. Detective Morris was drawn into the mystery when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall outside Sarah's apartment to fix a leak revealed an unexpected passage, hidden from the building's blueprints. Illuminated by a flashlight, the crawlspace unveiled a hidden living quarter, a nest of discarded wrappers, bottles, a stained blanket, and a weathered notebook. The discovery prompted a call to the police. Detective Morris, accompanied by Detective Rivera, encountered the shaken maintenance worker, who repeated in a hushed tone, "Someone's been living in the walls, watching." Within the notebook were meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman's daily life, her routines, guests, meals, and even her smallest habits. The neat handwriting gradually deteriorated into erratic scrawls, interspersed with cryptic symbols. The final entry spoke of Sarah's defiance, of her refusal to acknowledge the unseen watcher. "No one ignores me," the chilling words declared. Forensics delved into the crawl space, unearthing fingerprints that matched no known records. A labyrinth of hidden passages interconnected the building's walls and ceilings, leading to 5 different apartments but culminating in discrete observation points within Sarah's abode. Residents were questioned. Current occupants reported nothing amiss, while former tenants shared tales of feeling watched or hearing inexplicable movements. One had departed after a mere fortnight, haunted by unseen eyes. Their silence stemmed from fear of sounding paranoid. The puzzle unraveled with the discovery of microscopic blood traces in a hidden cavity. DNA testing linked the blood to Martin Weaver, a vanished former resident. Martin had dwelled beneath Sarah's apartment, plagued by noises from above. Confronting his upstairs neighbor, Edward, a recluse who sought solitude, preceded his disappearance. Edward's enigmatic past unfurled a transient figure who gravitated to top-floor units, eschewing connections before vanishing without a trace. A remote cabin revealed Edward's macabre obsession with his tenants' photographs, maps, journals chronicling his specimens. Behind the cabin, a morbid truth emerged as cadaver dogs unearthed graves, each holding a missing soul. Edward, alias Edward Mercer, crafted a realm of shadows within the walls, evading detection until his sinister pursuits were unraveled. Sarah's apartment was vacated, the hidden passages sealed, yet whispers of strange noises persisted. A notebook, imbued with a chilling message, hinted at Edward's unfound sanctuary. As the manhunt for Edward pressed on, Detective Morris found solace in the darkness of his own home, haunted by the memory of Sarah, alone in her apartment with phantom footsteps haunting her nights. The unanswered question lingered: who else might be listening, waiting in the shadows, concealed within the walls of their own reality? Story 13. The motel stood there, a forgotten relic of yesteryears, a place where transient souls sought shelter for a single night. The receptionist passed her the key with an eerie glance. Just avoid the last door on the left, his words barely audible. Intrigue stirred within her. That night, as she traversed the shadowy corridor, she halted before it. The brass handle chilled her touch. The door appeared unassuming, yet as she leaned in, she heard a faint breath from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed awoke from her slumber, stepping beneath the yellow police tape barring entry to the crime scene. The metallic tang assaulted her senses, a familiar odor of blood staining the threadbare carpet, rendering it almost obsidian. Within the room, a macabre scene unfolded: an unblemished bathroom, an undisturbed bed, and the grisly sight that lay between. A young woman lifeless on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo, her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling in a frozen rictus of shock or fear. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful of the evidence markers dotting the room. Third one this year, the forensic expert remarked impassively, capturing the scene with his camera. Same MO as the others, Reed nodded in silence. The woman adorned in finery, a stark contrast to the dreary motel. The designer purse lay open, contents untouched. This was no mere robbery. A darker motive lurked within the shadows. The motel manager lingered anxiously at the threshold, his pallor ashen. She checked in alone, paid cash. I never imagined, his voice faltered. The maid discovered her during routine cleaning. Reed surveyed the room once more. No forced entry, no signs of struggle on the victim. She had either welcomed her assailant or recognized them. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photos on the board. 3 women strikingly similar, all found in nondescript motels. Speculation swirled. Autopsy results are in, Detective Hayes announced, dropping a file on Reed's desk. Death by manual strangulation, no DNA evidence, no signs of assault. Reed furrowed her brow. This was personal, a vendetta beyond mere predation. Days blurred as the investigation delved deeper. Surveillance footage yielded little. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, a meticulous financial analyst, had no apparent enemies. Her cautious nature belied her choice of lodging. A breakthrough came during an interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from work. The sister divulged, hands trembling. Secretive about him. I think he's married. Reed leaned forward. Any name? Just see, the sister whispered. The inquiry pivoted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues painted her as reserved, dedicated. None spoke of a relationship. Yet a business card hidden in her desk led to Charles Emerson, senior VP. Emerson exuded charm and composure when questioned, his alibi airtight, but a flicker in his gaze unsettled Reed. Forensics linked partial prints from Werner's bag to Emerson. Confronted, his facade crumbled. We were involved, he confessed, but it was over. She threatened my marriage. Enough to kill, Reed probed. Emerson's visage hardened. I never set foot in that motel. Records told a different tale, a corporate card transaction for the neighboring room. Inside, a hidden camera unveiled his twisted scheme. In the interrogation room, Emerson's facade shattered. They jeopardized everything, he murmured. My reputation, my marriage, my life. The trial unfolded swiftly, a spectacle of justice. Emerson, devoid of remorse, faced a lifetime behind bars. As he departed, Reed met his gaze, catching a glimpse of emptiness, the void where empathy should dwell. Dubbed the door on the left case, Emerson's psyche became fodder for psychologists, his deeds dissected by true crime enthusiasts. But for Reed, the case lingered unresolved. Sometimes, amidst hotel corridors, she counted doors, pondering the secrets veiled behind them. In the evidence vault, 3 identical keys await, tokens of doors once opened, never to shut again. Story 14. In the heart of the city, there stood an apartment that had remained silent and empty for far too long. When the new tenants, a couple seeking a fresh start, crossed the threshold, they expected nothing more than dust dancing in the sunlight and echoes of past memories lingering in the air. However, as they began to settle into their new abode, they encountered a peculiar mystery that lurked behind a stubborn door. This particular door, a simple closet entrance, refused to yield to their gentle nudges and tugs. It seemed to guard a secret, locked from within by an unseen force. With a mix of curiosity and trepidation, they called upon the landlord to intervene, his aging hands struggling with the ancient lock until it finally relented with a creak. What awaited them inside sent shivers down their spines, a sight both perplexing and chilling. The walls of the closet were etched with deep, jagged scratches, as if made by frantic claws seeking escape from a hidden torment. And nestled in the corner, like a relic of a forgotten time, lay an old flip phone, its screen still aglow with a message left unread. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the enigmatic, was summoned to the scene. As she surveyed the haunting scratches that marred the closet walls, a sense of unease settled upon her. It wasn't the sight of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the silent plea etched into those marks, a tale of someone trapped, fighting against the confines of darkness. "We need forensics here now," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, whose camera clicked rhythmically as it captured the eerie scene before them. "And gather the records of the previous tenants," she added, her voice steady despite the weight of the mystery that hung in the air like a heavy fog. The message on the abandoned phone, stark against the dimness of the closet, whispered hauntingly, "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery man with a perpetual sheen of sweat on his brow, spoke of the previous tenant, a young woman named Emma Caldwell, who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent and a void in her wake. Forensic analysis uncovered a haunting truth: within the scratches, traces of blood belonging to Emma, along with 2 other DNA samples. One matched the presumed deceased Derek Mercer, a man with a dark past, while the other remained a spectral mystery in the system's database. As the investigation delved deeper into the shadows of Emma's life, a narrative of interrupted existence began to unfurl. Her apartment, frozen in time, spoke volumes through its silent artifacts: an unwashed coffee mug, unanswered phone calls, and a bed made with eerie precision. The pieces of the puzzle slowly coalesced, revealing a sinister connection between Emma, Derek Mercer, and another missing woman named Lynette Porter. Surveillance footage painted a haunting picture of Emma's final moments, a shadowed figure following her into the night, an ominous presence concealed beneath a baseball cap. With each revelation, the web of deceit and darkness woven by Mercer tightened its grip, drawing Emma and Lynette into its suffocating embrace. The trail of evidence led to a secluded property, a place where Mercer's malevolent designs had festered in the shadows, unseen and unchecked. Behind the heavy doors of the basement, a grim tableau awaited the ghostly figure of Lynette Porter, a survivor of Mercer's twisted games, emerged from the darkness, her eyes haunted by the horrors she had witnessed. "He made me watch," she whispered, her voice a fragile tremor in the silence. "He thought he could break us, but we endured." As the investigation unfolded, a portrait of Mercer's depravity emerged, journals filled with his warped fantasies, photographs of his victims, and chilling video recordings of his cruel machinations. The manhunt for Mercer spanned across jurisdictions, a race against time to stop a predator who reveled in the suffering of his prey. When he was finally apprehended, a veneer of calm masked the darkness that lurked within him. During the interrogation, Mercer's words dripped with a chilling nonchalance, a facade of normalcy that belied the twisted depths of his soul. He spoke of Emma's final moments as if they were inconsequential, a mere footnote in his macabre narrative. The trial that followed laid bare the elaborate ruse Mercer had orchestrated, weaving a tapestry of deception and manipulation to ensnare his victims in a web of terror. Emma's fate, sealed within the confines of that closet, echoed through the courtroom, a silent scream that reverberated in the hearts of all who bore witness. As the gavel fell, sealing Mercer's fate with a sentence of eternal imprisonment, a sense of justice mingled with the lingering shadows of the past. Lynette Porter, a survivor of Mercer's malevolence, stood tall in the face of her tormentor, her words a beacon of resilience in a world tainted by darkness. "He sought to confine us in his darkness," she declared, her voice unwavering. "But while he rots in his cell, we stand in the light unbroken." And so the echoes of a harrowing tale faded into the night, leaving behind a legacy of vigilance and resilience, a reminder that even in the deepest shadows, the light of truth will always prevail. Story 15. In the quaint Victorian manor, the new homeowners, Daniel and Meredith Parker, uncovered a mysterious secret hidden within its walls. The old intercom system crackled with static late at night, a relic of the past that seemed to hold a haunting presence. Curiosity led the husband to press the button one fateful evening, and a chilling whisper echoed through the speaker, questioning their return. Startled, he turned to his wife, who denied ever speaking those words. The manor, nestled amidst ancient oak trees, exuded an air of tranquility on the outside, while harboring a dark history within. The Parkers had been drawn to its charm and history, unaware of the sinister tale that awaited them. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property in response to a call about a potential break-in, only to unravel a story far more enigmatic than anticipated. Daniel led Detective Reeves through the grand foyer, recounting the strange occurrences that had plagued them since moving in. Meredith, with a haunted look in her eyes, revealed the discovery hidden behind a wall, a small leather-bound journal belonging to Alina, the previous owner. Its pages held cryptic entries detailing her fears of her husband Vincent's intentions, ending abruptly 30 years prior. As the investigation unfolded, the truth of the manor's dark past began to surface. Vincent Blackwood, the elderly former owner, had long carried the burden of a chilling secret. Beneath the garden shed lay the remains of Alina, confirming the suspicions of foul play. Vincent's calm demeanor shattered as he confessed to silencing his wife's incessant voice through a heinous act of murder. Vincent's carefully constructed facade crumbled under the weight of evidence, leading to a swift trial and his eventual guilty plea. The judge, acknowledging the meticulous planning and deceit that spanned decades, delivered a harsh sentence. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's history, bid farewell to the manor, holding a poignant memorial for Alina in the restored garden. The once cherished intercom system, now tainted by the echoes of the past, was removed during renovations by the subsequent owners. Whispers and static lingered in the air as the workers dismantled it, a final remnant of the house's unsettling legacy. Detective Reeves, reflecting on the case that had captivated her, revisited the file one last time before it was archived. As she drove past the property in the quiet of the night, a sense of unease lingered in the air. The house, now stripped of its secrets, seemed to whisper tales of the past to those who dared to listen. And so, the manor earned its somber reputation as the house that answered back, a chilling reminder of the voices that echo through time. Detective Reeves, ever haunted by the mysteries that unfolded within those walls, would pause momentarily, listening for the faint whispers carried on the night breeze before continuing her journey into the unknown. Story 16. In the quiet of the night, a mysterious package arrived, carried by unseen hands and wrapped in a plain envelope devoid of any return address. Within its confines lay a single brass key, its once shining surface worn and weathered by the relentless passage of time. The homeowner, a woman named Sarah Miller, held the key in her palm, feeling a strange sense of familiarity tugging at the edges of her consciousness. As Sarah attempted to use the key in every lock within her home, a sense of unease crept over her as each lock remained steadfastly unmoved. This key did not belong to her, yet there was an undeniable connection between them. Placing the key delicately on her coffee table, a sudden hollowness echoed through the hallway as the old grandfather clock, long silent and broken, emitted a single haunting chime. Perplexed and unsettled, Sarah reported the strange occurrence to the local authorities, a simple act that would unravel a chain of events leading to a tale of chilling darkness lurking beneath the surface of a seemingly peaceful suburban neighborhood. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer took possession of the key, more to ease Sarah's concerns than out of any true belief in foul play. The brass key sat unassumingly on Detective Robert Harmon's desk, a veteran investigator with a keen intuition honed through years of delving into the hidden truths of the world. Background checks on Sarah revealed no hint of wrongdoing, her life appearing as ordinary and innocent as it seemed. Yet the key remained a silent enigma, whispering of secrets waiting to be unraveled. The forensic team found no fingerprints save for Sarah's, the envelope offering no clues beyond a nondescript postmark from a distant distribution center. It was a twist of fate, a stroke of intuition, that led Detective Harmon to delve deeper into the key's origins. Running its unique pattern through the department database unveiled a chilling connection to a cold case shrouded in shadows. A storage unit, a trail of blood, and the haunting images of women lost to the world. The key became a link to a past long buried, a past that threatened to resurface with a vengeance. As the investigation unfolded, Sarah found herself at the center of a storm of darkness, her once ordinary life transformed by the sinister presence of a man named Harold Jenkins. Jenkins, a phantom of the night, a predator hiding behind a mask of normalcy, had carefully orchestrated a macabre game of cat and mouse. The keys, each bearing a name and a date, whispered of lives snuffed out too soon, of horrors unimaginable lurking just beneath the surface. As the manhunt for Jenkins intensified, a community held captive by fear and disbelief grappled with the realization that monsters could walk among them, hidden in plain sight. The wilderness echoed with the footsteps of search teams, the air heavy with the scent of impending tragedy. In a final, desperate act, Jenkins retreated to a desolate tower, a monument to his twisted desires. And there, surrounded by the echoes of his crimes, he met his end, leaving behind a legacy of terror and heartbreak. The keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable horrors, now rest in an evidence locker, a stark reminder of the darkness that can lurk within the most ordinary of places. And Sarah, forever changed by the brush of evil against her life, carries the weight of a truth too terrible to comprehend. As the world grapples with the aftermath of Jenkins' reign of terror, the keys serve as a chilling reminder of the fragility of safety, the thin veil that separates the ordinary from the unspeakable. And in the stillness of the night, they whisper of lives lost, of souls taken, and of a darkness that can never truly be banished. Story 17, The Secrets of the Old Library. The ancient library stood silent, its fate sealed by the impending demolition. The workers toiled tirelessly, their efforts nearing completion, when a curious twist of fate intervened. Among the dusty shelves, one of them stumbled upon a hidden latch concealed within the time-worn bookshelf. With a gentle click, the facade of the shelf swung open, unveiling a clandestine passageway that led to a forgotten chamber. The air within the hidden room hung heavy, untouched by human hands for decades. No furniture graced the space, save for a solitary chair bolted firmly to the floor at its center. Etched repeatedly upon the walls, a haunting message echoed through the shadows: "I am still here." The construction foreman, sensing an ominous presence, swiftly called for the authorities. What had begun as a routine demolition now unfurled into a tapestry of mystery and dread. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, entered the scene, his flashlight piercing the darkness like a beacon of truth. The walls bore witness to a message that spoke of unseen horrors, a message that seeped into Walsh's soul with each passing moment. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating in the confined space. "Let no one disturb a single trace until the forensics team arrives." The history of the library whispered tales of the Harrington family, once pillars of the community. The family had bestowed the library upon the public following the enigmatic disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanished during her final days of college, Rebecca left behind a void shrouded in mystery, her absence a gaping wound in the fabric of the family's legacy. As the forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed fragments of hair and fibers embedded within the ancient chair. Traces of blood and skin cells lingered within the scratches on the walls, hinting at a tumultuous struggle that had unfolded in the shadows of the past. The chair was a tool of restraint, the forensic analyst remarked, pointing to the weathered leather straps and bolt holes that adorned its frame. A captive once dwelled here, fighting against their bonds with fervor. Walsh delved deeper into the enigmatic history of the Harringtons, his intuition guiding him towards the heart of the mystery. The timing of the library's donation after Rebecca's disappearance struck a dissonant chord within him, a melody of suspicion that demanded to be heard. Further exploration unearthed a chilling revelation. The very bookshelf concealing the hidden chamber had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and patriarch of the family. Financial records painted a portrait of exorbitant payments made to the contractor, far beyond the realm of standard renovation costs. Former library staff shared their shock at the revelation, none privy to the existence of the hidden room. However, an elderly librarian recollected Maxwell's peculiar habits, his solitary retreats to that secluded section of the library shrouded in secrecy. The tendrils of the investigation reached a harrowing climax when DNA evidence linked the biological remnants in the hidden chamber to Rebecca. The threads of time began to unravel, weaving a tapestry of deception and betrayal that spanned years of silence and suffering. A warrant granted access to the Harrington estate, where Maxwell's study yielded a leather-bound journal hidden within a concealed compartment. Its pages bore witness to Maxwell's descent into madness, his obsession with his niece consuming him from within. She knew too much, Maxwell confessed, his voice devoid of remorse. Rebecca threatened to expose my sins, to shatter the illusion of our family's pristine reputation. I had no choice but to silence her. The truth, once veiled in shadows, now stood exposed in all its ghastly splendor. Maxwell had ensnared Rebecca in the hidden chamber, her pleas for freedom drowned in the echoes of her captivity. In a moment of desperation, he had extinguished her light, sealing her fate beneath the floorboards of the hidden room. The excavation unearthed Rebecca's remains, her skeletal frame a silent testament to the horrors she endured. The bracelet adorning her wrist, a token of lost innocence, glinted in the harsh light of justice as Maxwell faced his reckoning. The Harrington family, cloaked in sorrow and regret, bore witness to the unveiling of their darkest secrets. Rebecca's mother clutched the recovered bracelet, a symbol of remembrance for a life cut short by treachery and deceit. The library, once slated for oblivion, now stood as a monument to the past, a relic of a bygone era stained with the blood of the innocent. The community mourned in silence, leaving tokens of reverence at its threshold, honoring the memory of a soul lost to the shadows. In the end, it was Rebecca's voice that echoed through the corridors of time, her message etched in desperation upon the walls of the hidden chamber. "I am still here," she whispered, a haunting refrain that lingered in the hearts of those who dared to listen, a beacon of truth in a world shrouded in lies. Story 18, The Enigmatic Dollhouse. She always avoided the attic, finding it unsettling, but when a storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice but to venture up there. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, shrouded in dust and cobwebs. Amidst the shadows in the most remote corner sat an ancient dollhouse, exquisitely detailed, its miniature furniture arranged with precision. However, as she gazed into its tiny rooms, a sense of unease crept over her. The figures within were not mere dolls, they were intricately carved replicas of her own family. Each miniature figure was meticulously placed, mirroring the exact positions of her family members downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to represent her was not seated with the others, but ominously standing near the attic entrance. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the groove where the miniature wooden figure stood. A shiver ran down her spine, unrelated to the icy draft whispering through the attic. This dollhouse had no place here. This was not her childhood home. It was a rental property her family had only recently moved into. The peculiar case began with Rebecca's frantic call to the authorities. Police officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in distress, gathered in the living room, reluctant to return to the upper floor. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially dismissed their fears as a prank or a product of an unfamiliar environment. What struck Detective Harmon most were the intricate details of the dollhouse. Each tiny figurine captured unique features of the family members: the father's receding hairline, the son's favorite hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. As the investigation unfolded, forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any family member. Even more disturbing were microscopic cameras implanted in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system hidden beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements revealed a disturbing revelation. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse did not merely mirror their recent activities. They replicated precise moments from various days, indicating someone had been observing them long enough to learn their routines. We quickly realized this was not a typical case of stalking, Detective Harmon reflected. The level of obsession displayed by the perpetrator was beyond anything we had encountered before. The investigation took a chilling turn when a hidden entrance to the basement was discovered behind a false pantry wall. Inside, investigators found evidence of a covert living space, suggesting someone had been residing beneath the family's feet for weeks. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted at the intruder's prolonged presence. What confounded investigators was the absence of forced entry. Property records disclosed that the house had stood vacant for almost a year before the Morgans' arrival. The elderly couple who previously owned the house had both passed away, leaving their son in charge of the property. Neighborhood interviews offered little insight, except for one elderly resident who sporadically noticed lights in the vacant house. The breakthrough in the case came through digital forensics. Surveillance data from the miniature cameras led investigators to a small apartment across town where a disturbing truth unfolded. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the deceased homeowners. Financial records indicated mounting debts following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the house, Wells had covertly inhabited a hidden space within, monitoring the new tenants while collecting rent. The dollhouse served as his command center, the forensic psychologist assigned to the case explained. Each figurine symbolized someone under his watchful eye. The figure of Rebecca near the attic door was not a threat. It was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance scheme. During questioning, Wells remained eerily composed as he elucidated his motives. They were living in my home, sleeping in my parents' room. I needed to ensure they respected it. Regarding the positioned figures, he calmly stated, I wanted them to understand that I was always watching. Psychological evaluation unveiled a complex case of possessive delusion. Unable to cope with the loss of his childhood abode, Wells constructed an elaborate system to maintain dominance over it. The dollhouse became a conduit for him to control both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never returned to the house. Rebecca later confessed that the most haunting realization was not finding the dollhouse, but comprehending its implications. Someone had been observing us all this time, measuring our existence, transforming us into mere pawns. The true terror lay not in the dollhouse itself, but in the realization that we were mere playthings in his eyes. Wells faced multiple charges, including stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The case prompted a reassessment of real estate disclosure laws regarding property histories and the responsibilities of agents to ensure homes are vacated thoroughly before new occupants arrive. During sentencing, the judge acknowledged the severe violation inflicted upon the Morgan family. You violated not only their home, but their sense of security and independence. You invaded their intimate moments and recreated them for your perverse pleasure. What unsettles criminologists about this case is how long Wells might have operated unnoticed had Rebecca not discovered the dollhouse. Analysis of his journals indicated he had covertly inhabited homes for nearly 2 years, meticulously crafting miniature replicas of each family he surveilled. The Morgan family eventually relocated far from the house, but Rebecca admitted in her victim impact statement that she still checks closets and hidden spaces routinely. She removed all dollhouses and miniatures from their new residence. Some days I still feel as though I'm being watched, she confessed. I wonder if somewhere, someone is manipulating a miniature version of me in a dollhouse I have yet to uncover. Story 19: The Whispers of Blackwood House. She yearned to give the nursery a fresh coat of paint before the baby's arrival. The walls, once a faded blue, now held silent tales within their layers. As she applied the first strokes of white, a hidden secret unveiled itself beneath the surface, a message, faint at first, then growing sharper and more defined. Don't let it hear you. Her heart skipped a beat. Stepping back, she noticed something peculiar, tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, too high for any child to reach. This discovery within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the inception of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had bought the Victorian-style home for a surprisingly low price, unaware of its dark past. Detective Sarah Klein, notebook in hand, rang the doorbell. A pregnant woman, her belly swelling beneath paint-stained overalls, answered the door. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. Her trembling hands conveyed the distress she felt as she recounted finding the cryptic message and the mysterious handprints. The previous owners vanished abruptly, the woman disclosed. Neighbors claimed they left in the dead of night, packing only essentials into their car with no sign of a moving truck. Detective Klein explored the historical home, her footsteps echoing on aged floorboards. In the nursery, she examined the partially painted wall, where the message and handprints lingered as eerie reminders of the past. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into records regarding the property. The house had changed owners 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover rate. What unsettled her even more were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families, with children describing whispers from the walls and unseen eyes watching them as they slept. Her investigation led her to Alina Blackwood, the former owner of the house, a wealthy widow who ran an orphanage from the property many years ago. Newspaper clippings hinted at the disappearance of 5 children under her care, presumed to have run away. During renovations after Alina's passing, a sealed room was discovered behind the nursery wall, holding children's belongings but no remains. Interviewing past residents revealed a pattern of strange occurrences involving children, rearranged toys, mysterious laughter, and ghostly drawings. These events were dismissed as figments of imagination until the chilling messages appeared during nursery repainting rituals. A forensic linguist matched the writing to Alina's journals, but the identical handprints, unchanged over the years, puzzled everyone. The detective's pursuit of the truth led her to authorize ground-penetrating radar in the basement, revealing 5 child-sized anomalies beneath the concrete floor. Breaking through, they unearthed a horrifying truth: 5 child remains laid out in a circle, bearing pendants with engraved names, the orphans who had supposedly fled. Luminol sprayed in the nursery unveiled countless handprints glowing in the darkness, etched into the walls by unseen hands. Alina's journals exposed her macabre belief that orphan children possessed unique energy she sought to harness for her own longevity. The children had left warnings in the wall, hoping future dwellers would uncover their tragic story. The case concluded with the proper burial of the victims, now recognized not as runaways but as victims of a heinous crime. The house remained deserted as the pregnant couple refused to return, haunted by the lingering presence within its walls. Detective Klein's final report detailed the eerie handprints and cryptic message, acknowledging that justice had been served but leaving behind a mystery that defied explanation. The nursery walls were torn down during renovations, yet workers reported hearing whispers of children emanating from the debris. The house, deemed uninhabitable, became another cold case in the annals of history, a chilling reminder that some secrets, once unearthed, never truly fade away. And so, the detective preserved a photograph of 5 luminous handprints, a somber testament to the enduring echoes of a dark past. Story 20: The Realtor's Secret. The listing from the realtor had been thorough, yet it made no mention of a basement. The blueprints, carefully examined by the prospective family, revealed no trace of it. But mysteries have a way of revealing themselves in unexpected ways. As the family began the task of removing the old carpet, they stumbled upon a hidden door, concealed beneath layers of time. A rusted handle, heavy with neglect, beckoned to be opened. It took the combined effort of three to pry it ajar, revealing a passage into the unknown. A rush of stale air greeted them, laden with the earthy scent of hidden secrets. Descending the steps into darkness, they anticipated a space for storage. Instead, what awaited them was a solitary chair bathed in the flickering light of a single bulb. And on the wall behind the chair, a collection of photographs, familiar faces captured in moments of vulnerability. The Mercer family had sought a new beginning in the quiet suburbs, unaware of the tangled history that awaited them within the walls of their new home. Detective Sarah Connors, with her partner by her side, arrived at the scene shrouded in whispers of unease. The crime scene unit had already cordoned off the area with fluttering yellow tape, marking the threshold of a chilling discovery. Mrs. Mercer's voice trembled as she recounted what lay hidden beneath their dwelling. Connors wasted no time in instructing her team to document every detail before further exploration. Gloved hands deftly handled cameras, capturing the eerie ambience of the basement. Each creak of the wooden steps echoed a tale of forgotten shadows. The basement, compact yet suffused with an ominous aura, housed a chair as its centerpiece, illuminated by the stark glow of a lone bulb. But it was the array of photographs that seized the attention of the investigators' snapshots documenting the lives of the Mercer family, taken without their knowledge. As the investigation unfolded, a sinister pattern emerged. No signs of forced entry, no tangible evidence of intrusion. Privacy had been violated, boundaries crossed without a trace of disturbance. The web of surveillance extended beyond the present occupants, reaching back through the transient history of the house. Interviews with the previous owners unraveled a tapestry of deceit and concealment. Each family had unknowingly shared their lives with an unseen observer, hidden within the very structure they called home. A contractor's denial of the basement's existence only deepened the enigma, casting a shadow of doubt over the house's origins. Digital forensics unveiled a trove of clandestine recordings, capturing intimate moments and mundane routines with chilling precision. The invisible eyes that had watched over the residents for years now faced scrutiny under the harsh glare of investigation. A concealed journal penned by the elusive figure of Edward Kelvin painted a portrait of obsession and detachment. His spectral presence within the house, a phantom of surveillance, blurred the lines between reality and delusion. The revelation of his physical form, curled within hidden passages, marked the culmination of a macabre game of voyeurism. Kelvin's distorted perception of ownership, his belief in the families as unwitting actors in his private drama, sent shivers down the spines of those tasked with unraveling the enigma. The house, once a sanctuary, now stood as a monument to his twisted obsession. The legal proceedings that followed exposed the intricate network of surveillance woven into the very fabric of the house. Kelvin's conviction brought closure to a chapter of clandestine observation, yet the lingering unease persisted among those who had unknowingly played their roles in his voyeuristic theater. The demolition of the property offered a semblance of closure, yet for the families entangled in Kelvin's web, the scars of his intrusion ran deep. The specter of his unseen gaze lingered in the corners of their minds, a reminder that safety is but an illusion in the face of hidden truths. In the quiet hours of night, they found themselves casting wary glances at the familiar corners of their new abode, questioning the solitude they once took for granted. For in the heart of suburbia, a house stood witness to the fragile boundary between privacy and intrusion, a testament to the shadows that lurk beneath the surface of the ordinary. Story 21. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled in a familiar symphony of age. It was nothing out of the ordinary, or so she thought, until she heard it. A voice, delicate yet unmistakable, floated through the vents like a haunting melody. It wasn't the typical background noise of a neighbor's conversation. It was a soft whisper calling out her name. Intrigued and unnerved, she leaned closer, pressing her ear against the metal grate, her heart quickening its pace. A chill brushed past her cheek, followed by a gentle, almost playful voice. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the silent center of the empty apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed from the wall. The forensics team moved around her with precision, capturing the scene with flashes of their cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace for 7 days until a foul odor alerted the building's management. What they uncovered within the ventilation system defied logic. She claimed she heard voices through the vents, Officer Patel recounted from his notepad, but the building dismissed her concerns, attributing them to the aging heating system's peculiar noises. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the deep scratch marks surrounding it. These marks weren't made by any tools, she whispered to herself. The metal bore the desperate imprints of fingernails, as if someone trapped inside had frantically tried to pry it open. Alina had been a beloved kindergarten teacher, known for her warm smile and thriving collection of houseplants. Her absence had caused a ripple of concern, from her worried students to her anxious sister who had reported her disappearance. In the weeks leading up to her vanishing, she became paranoid, her sister revealed during the interview, her voice trembling. Alina was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. "I thought it was just work stress." Shaw surveyed the apartment with newfound insight. The neatly arranged bed, the untouched coffee mug in the sink, the chair placed strategically under the vent as if waiting for a listener. The forensic findings unveiled unsettling clues. Fibers from the victim's favorite cardigan entwined in the vent grating, a foreign fingerprint on the inside of the vent cover, and haunting audio recordings on Alina's phone. Alone in her car, rain tapping rhythmically on the roof, Shaw listened to the recordings. Alina's voice quivered, "If you're real, say something." A prolonged silence was broken by a faint whisper, barely audible even at maximum volume. "Alina, sweet Alina, let me in." The background check on the building's history unearthed a disturbing pattern. Previous tenants had fled, citing strange noises within the walls. One had even suffered from hallucinations of voices emanating from the vents due to carbon monoxide poisoning. The building superintendent, Harold Weber, had maintained an air of nonchalance during questioning, attributing the occurrences to mere building quirks. However, when Shaw probed about the former residents of apartment 4B, a subtle shift in Weber's demeanor betrayed a hidden unease. His evasive responses hinted at a concealed truth, a secret lurking beneath the surface. The investigation took a chilling turn when a concealed access panel in Alina's bathroom led to a hidden maintenance passage running through the building's walls, granting eerie access to the ventilation system. Inside the passage, a cache of items was discovered: a flashlight, a water bottle, food wrappers, signs of a clandestine presence. Someone had been living within the walls, watching, listening, whispering. Shaw's team then scrutinized Weber's apartment, a pristine facade that concealed a sinister truth. His meticulously organized computer files revealed a disturbing obsession with Alina and previous tenants, captured through voyeuristic recordings and intrusive photographs. Weber's arrest was serene, almost serene, as if he had foreseen this outcome. "They all eventually hear me," he calmly stated during his interrogation, his eyes fixed on an unseen horizon. The investigation culminated in the discovery of a storage unit filled with mementos from his victims, cherished possessions preserved as macabre trophies of his twisted relationships. At trial, Weber's facade of sanity crumbled under the weight of damning evidence. His attorney's attempts to paint him as delusional were overshadowed by the meticulous planning exhibited in his actions. The jury swiftly returned a verdict of guilt on all charges, but Weber's parting words to Shaw echoed with a chilling finality, "They'll still hear me. The whispers never cease." The once haunted apartment building now sits empty, a silent witness to the horrors that transpired within its walls. Despite renovations and fresh ownership, the whispers persist, a spectral reminder of the past. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle in a ghostly echo of voices long silenced. It's dismissed as mere quirks of an old building, but deep down, the residents know there's more to the story, hidden within the walls, waiting to be heard. Story 22. The tale begins in a quaint costume shop, its shelves bare as it prepared to close its doors for good. Among the remnants of old inventory, a woman discovered a mask tucked away on a dusty shelf. Delicate yet eerily lifelike, its features seemed to beckon to her. As she placed it on the counter to purchase, the cashier hesitated, his voice barely a whisper, "That's not ours." Perplexed, the woman checked for a tag, but none was to be found. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take the mysterious mask home. That night, in the quiet depths of her slumber, she was roused by a soft sound, a barely perceptible whisper of fabric shifting. Her eyes fluttered open to find the mask missing from its resting place on the dresser. Instead, it sat ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, was discovered the following morning by a concerned neighbor. The front door of her home stood slightly ajar, allowing a stream of morning light to spill into the darkness within. What the neighbor stumbled upon was a scene of chilling intrigue that would perplex investigators for years to come. Catherine lay lifeless on her bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be seen. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene as forensics meticulously documented every detail. The rhythmic click of shutters punctuated the hushed tones of the investigators as they combed through the evidence. "No signs of forced entry," noted one officer, jotting down observations in a worn notepad. The detective, her keen gaze sweeping the room, noticed subtle clues that hinted at a hidden truth. A partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass on the nightstand, seemingly ordinary details in an extraordinary tragedy. The medical examiner, his expression somber, examined Catherine's lifeless form. Cause of death unclear upon initial inspection. "No visible wounds, no signs of a struggle," he remarked, gesturing towards her frozen expression of terror. Kneeling beside the body, the detective whispered, something frightened her to her very core. Catherine, a respected art appraiser known for her meticulous nature and keen eye for authenticity, had led a quiet life. Colleagues spoke of her uncanny ability to discern even the subtlest of forgeries. Could this very talent have unknowingly led to her untimely demise? Security footage from the costume shop revealed a puzzling interaction. The cashier's genuine confusion at the sight of the mask raised more questions than answers. A visit to the shop uncovered a disturbing truth. The mask had appeared mysteriously during a clearance sale, its origins shrouded in uncertainty. A breakthrough in the investigation came with the discovery of microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She was grasping at something, the lab technician explained, noting the unusual composition of the fibers, a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic material that defied identification. Records unveiled a series of similar deaths spanning decades, each victim acquiring a haunting mask shortly before their demise. A retired detective, familiar with such cases, shared a chilling revelation. The masks bore ancient symbols hinting at a dark ritual of soul transference. A hidden journal found in Catherine's apartment shed light on her final days. In frantic entries, she detailed a growing sense of unease, of being watched by an unseen presence connected to the malevolent mask. Her research revealed a sinister pattern linking the masks to a lineage of tragic deaths. The detective pieced together the puzzle: Catherine's findings, the enigmatic fibers, the unsettling deaths. The medical examiner's conclusion of death by extreme fear posed a haunting question: what terror could halt a heart in its beats? Surveillance footage from a neighboring house unveiled a startling revelation: a figure, cloaked in darkness and wearing a mask resembling Catherine's likeness, moving with an uncanny mechanical precision. An alert was issued for the missing mask, but it had vanished without a trace, only to resurface months later in a distant vintage shop. The unsolved mystery persisted, shrouded in shadows and unanswered questions. The detective safeguarded Catherine's journal as a chilling memento, a reminder of a truth too macabre for official records. In the stillness of the night, she often awoke with a shiver, a sensation of unseen eyes upon her. The mask, a malevolent entity hungry for souls, lurked in the shadows, biding its time until it found its next unwitting victim. A vessel waiting to be filled, passing from one life to another in an unending cycle that began eons ago. Its empty eye holes fixated on those who dared to uncover its true nature, a harbinger of dread lurking in the darkness, awaiting its next host. Story 23. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a silent witness to the passage of time in the old house. Within its confines, faded Polaroids whispered of bygone birthdays and family gatherings, innocuous memories preserved in time. But as her fingers brushed the last photograph, a shiver danced down Rebecca's spine. The image captured her living room, the familiar furniture, the familiar drapes. Yet the family pictured was not hers, and in the gloomy background, a shadowy figure loomed watching. Rebecca descended the creaking staircase, burdened by the weight of unease that now enveloped her in the spacious yet oppressive house she had called home for 4 solitary months. Placing the photograph on the sterile kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh glare of fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her abode and the strangers in the photo was undeniable. Same archway, same ornate moldings, same bay window bathing the room in morning light. Detective Morgan arrived, a stoic figure clad in a worn leather jacket that hinted at a storied past. His keen eyes absorbed every detail as he examined the photograph with a methodical intensity, his gloved hand tracing the edge of the Polaroid before flipping it over to reveal its empty back. "What do you know of the previous occupants, the Nelsons?" His voice rumbled softly, probing for answers. Rebecca confessed her scant knowledge, the sale orchestrated through a realtor, as the Nelsons had already departed for distant horizons. Morgan's inscrutable expression betrayed nothing as he requested possession of the photograph for further investigation. And so, the unraveling of the mystery began in hushed tones. Delving into the annals of the house's history, Rebecca learned of the Nelsons' predecessors, the Crawfords, the Mornos. Detective Morgan meticulously traced back through time, interviewing former neighbors, unearthing a pattern of transient residents. Then a breakthrough emerged. An ex-mail carrier identified the family in the photo as the enigmatic Sutherlands, who had vanished abruptly, leaving behind unanswered questions and unopened mail. Forensic analysis dated the photograph to a bygone era, revealing subtle anomalies that hinted at a staged composition. The figure in the hallway remained an enigma, his silent vigil casting a pall over the frozen tableau of blissful ignorance that the family exuded. A chilling pattern emerged as Morgan uncovered a string of families preceding the Sutherlands, each residing in the house for precisely 1 year before evaporating into the ether without a trace. Rebecca's tenure in the house seemed to echo this ominous cycle, the walls whispering of unseen terrors lurking in the shadows. Diving deeper into the past, historical records hinted at a dark chapter in the house's construction, tied to the elusive figure of Samuel Whitfield, a spectral presence linked to the house's origins. The unveiling of a hidden chamber in the attic unveiled a cryptic journal, a voyeuristic chronicle of the families ensnared in the house's web. Beneath the cold concrete of the basement, the earth yielded its macabre secrets, revealing the entombed remains of the missing families, frozen in time like grotesque relics of a forgotten era. Among their possessions lay the camera that had captured their unwitting smiles, a silent witness to their tragic fate. Rebecca's relocation to a protective sanctuary did little to quell the encroaching dread that lingered in the shadows. A mysterious phone call in the dead of night, the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera, ominous harbingers of an unseen presence that defied comprehension. The house stood silent, a mausoleum of lost souls, its darkened windows concealing the unsolved enigma that consumed all who dared to seek the truth. Samuel Whitfield's spectral presence loomed large, his legacy a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurked within the walls. As the investigation continued, whispers of the elusive figure persisted, a specter of malevolence that transcended time and space. The house remained a silent sentinel, its secrets buried deep within its walls, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to unravel its mysteries. And in the shadows, new photographs developed, capturing the essence of unsuspecting families as they unknowingly stepped into the realm of the Watcher, a silent guardian of secrets that would forever remain obscured in the mists of time. Story 24. It began with a mere pocket dial, a jumble of static and muffled sounds that almost went unnoticed by the operator. But then a voice broke through the chaos, a woman speaking in urgent whispers. "He's here," and then an eerie silence descended. The number traced back to an empty house, a place long deserted and forgotten by time. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances in the stillness. Yet in the dimly lit kitchen, amidst the layers of dust, sat a phone on the counter, its screen softly glowing. The call had been placed mere minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed found herself entranced by the playback, the haunting whisper echoing in her mind, desperate, terrified, and inexplicable. The abandoned property once belonged to the Sullivan family, who had left after a devastating house fire ravaged the West Wing. No one had resided there since. The caretaker attested to the emptiness of the house, swearing that no one had set foot inside for years. Background check on the number, Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh. The answer sent shivers down her spine, registered to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter of the family, who had passed away in a tragic car accident 3 years prior. As Morgan gazed at the phone in the evidence bag, a sense of unease settled in. A phone call from a deceased woman's device, originating from a desolate house, logic faltered in the face of such a bizarre occurrence. The forensic team's findings yielded no answers, no fingerprints, no footprints, no trace of how the phone had seemingly materialized on the counter. The recording of the call became the focal point of their investigation, a mere 11 seconds of static, of breath, of 5 haunting words. Voice analysis confirmed the identity of the speaker as Catherine Sullivan with an unsettling 98% certainty. The timestamp revealed that the call had taken place at the exact moment of Catherine's tragic demise, down to the minute. Interviews with those who knew Catherine revealed a tapestry of grief and confusion. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely perplexed. Her mother, residing in a humble apartment, crumbled at the sound of the recording, recognizing her daughter's voice with heartbreaking clarity. Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her passing, Mark Jennings, provided an alibi for the night of the call, confirmed by witnesses and security footage. He seemed beyond reproach. And yet, the inexplicable call persisted, defying all rational explanation. A breakthrough came when Catherine's mother contacted Morgan, trembling with a newfound discovery. In Catherine's old journal, a chilling entry hinted at a darker truth, a narrative of love soured, of control and fear escalating to a crescendo of danger. He found out I'm leaving, he's furious. If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident, the final entry forewarned. Confronted once more, Mark's facade of innocence crumbled under the weight of the journal's revelations. Denials gave way to unease as Morgan probed deeper, unearthing inconsistencies in his story. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, revealing a malevolent truth lurking in the shadows. A revisit to the scene of Catherine's fatal accident unearthed a startling revelation: the discovery of her actual phone, buried near the crash site. Forensic analysis of the device illuminated a harrowing exchange between Catherine and her sister on the night of her death, detailing a sinister pursuit and a tragic end orchestrated by someone she once trusted. Further examination of Catherine's autopsy photos painted a grim picture, evidence of a struggle, of violence beyond the scope of a mere car crash. The truth began to emerge, shedding light on a darkness that had long been concealed. As the net closed around Mark, he vanished into the night, leaving behind a macabre shrine to Catherine in his abandoned apartment, a twisted memorial to his victim, a testament to his sick obsession. The revelation of his elaborate deception, of his manipulation of sound to perpetuate a ghostly facade, chilled even the seasoned investigators to the core. The trial was swift, the verdict unanimous: guilty of first-degree murder. Justice, hard-won and long overdue, was finally served. Catherine's voice, silenced in life, resonated through the halls of the courtroom, a beacon of truth in a sea of lies. And so the phone from the abandoned house now rests in the evidence locker, a silent witness to the horrors that transpired. Some say they hear it ring, a phantom echo of a ghostly call that once pierced the veil between the living and the dead. But Catherine's story endures, not as a mere ghost tale, but as a testament to the resilience of the silenced, a reminder that even in death, their voices will find a way to be heard. Story 25. The parcel arrived unannounced, no signs of its origin or destination. A nondescript cardboard box, kissed by the morning dew, found its way to her doorstep. It wasn't intended for her. The address matched, but the name did not. Common sense dictated she should have disregarded it, left it to languish on the porch. Yet curiosity, that insatiable whisper, beckoned her forward. With hesitant hands, she peeled away the tape, anticipating mundane contents: books, clothes, the ordinary. Instead, nestled within was a relic of the past, a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note. "Watch alone." Sarah Miller held the black plastic cassette, its weight bearing down on her palms, an unspoken heaviness lingering in the air. Her fingertips grazed the worn edges, tracing the imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The note, penned with urgency, bore the indents of someone desperate to be heard. Amidst the backdrop of suburban tranquility, a dog's distant bark, children's laughter, the mechanical hum of a lawnmower, Sarah found herself isolated in the moment. She brought the mysterious package inside, placing it upon her kitchen counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name Daniel Whitaker, a stranger to her world. 4 years in that house, and his name had never graced her mailbox. The Johnsons had been the previous occupants, their absence a testament to time. A tug-of-war between inquisitiveness and unease waged war within her as her gaze drifted towards the dusty VCR, a relic of nostalgia. The tape whispered secrets, a siren call wrapped in black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape. At first, static danced on the screen, a white noise that gradually sharpened into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, bathed in a solitary lamplight, the camera angle askew, hinting at haste. A man occupied a wooden chair, his features shrouded in shadow. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice, a quiet yet resolute whisper, broke the silence. "If you're watching this, they've found you, and that means they'll find me too." Leaning forward, his countenance revealed a visage worn by sleepless nights and perpetual vigilance, eyes sunken, stubble adorning his weary face, hair disheveled. "I'm innocent, I need you to believe that. They planted evidence against me, my fingerprints, my DNA, though I never laid a hand on her." The camera wobbled as Daniel adjusted it, unveiling a stark room, bare walls, scant furniture, the transient abode of one prepared to flee at a moment's notice. "They framed me." The official narrative will paint me as her killer, claiming we knew each other, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard our disputes. None of it holds truth. I only saw Catherine Walsh's face on the news after she was murdered in her own home, and yet my DNA linked me to the crime. His voice quivered. "They'll stop at nothing to bury the truth." Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical VHS tape before her, the fifth in a series of cryptic messages from the elusive Daniel Whitaker, a man accused of the heinous murder of Catherine Walsh. Vanished into thin air on the day her lifeless form was discovered. What seemed like an open and shut case took a sinister turn with each tape's emergence. Ramirez muttered into her recorder, the weight of the enigma pressing down upon her. The pieces of the puzzle refused to align, veering towards a truth darker than anticipated. As Ramirez delved deeper, a revelation surfaced: Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant entwined with governmental ties. Unearthed documents revealed discrepancies in clinical trial data, a cover-up of severe drug side effects concealed to hasten market entry. A former colleague's hushed admission hinted at the impending trial, Catherine armed with incriminating evidence. Oddities emerged: DNA evidence meticulously placed, witness statements suspiciously identical, surveillance footage mysteriously tampered with. Days passed and Sarah Miller found herself the recipient of a subsequent package. Inside, a trove of evidence: clinical reports, internal memos, email transcripts, all adorned with Catherine Walsh's digital imprint, validating her claims. Ramirez's investigation evolved, weaving a web connecting the disparate recipients of Whitaker's cryptic missives. An IT security specialist, he had stumbled upon incriminating data within PharmaCorp's network, unbeknownst to him. "They were watching her," Whitaker disclosed in another tape. I saw the surveillance directives, the warning signs. They knew she was onto something, and then I was cut off. The next day she was dead, and I was the scapegoat. The breakthrough emerged when Sarah Miller noticed a glimmer in her tape that others had overlooked, a reflection, a clue. Working in tandem with Ramirez, they traced the location to a storage unit. Within Unit 217 lay the damning truth, Whitaker's journal, Catherine's evidence, and meticulous plans to frame him, penned by PharmaCorp's head of security, a former law enforcer with access to crucial protocols. Justice, a slow tide rising, washed over the conspirators. Executives indicted, security chief turned informant, the tainted drug withdrawn from market consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a specter of his former self, absolved of guilt but marked by the ordeal. Sarah met him once, a fleeting encounter on her porch where it all began. "Why me?" she queried. "Why choose my address?" His eyes, etched with weariness, met hers. "The algorithm deemed you safe, people untethered from Catherine and me, a shield from prying eyes, people who would trust their instincts amidst the storm of accusations." The accused and the unwitting ally stood in silence, pondering the fragility of truth in a world of manufactured lies. Sarah's parting words lingered in the air. The wrong address turned out to be the right one. The VHS tapes, relics of a clandestine ordeal, bore testament to the unforeseen paths justice could tread, awaiting those brave enough to unveil their secrets. Story 26, The Enigmatic Reflection. She cleared the mist from the mirror, gazing at her own reflection. Everything seemed normal, her face, her attire, but a subtle unease crept in the longer she stared, a flicker at the edge of her vision, a movement that defied explanation. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, yet its gaze lingered, watching her every move. This peculiar incident marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's unsettling journey. What unfolded next would puzzle investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Rebecca resided alone in a modest apartment nestled in a serene suburban enclave. Known for her methodical nature and reserved demeanor, she led a solitary life, maintaining polite interactions with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a mid-sized company dictated a life governed by routine and precision. No one could have foreseen that she would become enmeshed in one of the most enigmatic criminal investigations of the decade. The first signs were subtle. Objects in Rebecca's home began to shift, inexplicably small displacements that hinted at a presence rather than theft. A coffee mug relocated, books rearranged, her toothbrush out of place. At first, she brushed off these anomalies as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to the strain of long hours spent scrutinizing spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights. Detective Marion Shaw received the initial complaint from Rebecca after a series of such disturbances. At first glance, there was no clear evidence of criminal activity, perhaps a case more suited for mental health services than police intervention. Shaw noted the report but cataloged it among the plethora of lower priority cases, deeming it intangible. No broken locks, no missing items, only a woman sensing a disturbance in her sanctuary, Shaw would later recount. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the authorities, Rebecca recounted the eerie experience vividly, the sensation of her reflection moving independently, the constant feeling of being surveilled. This time she presented tangible proof, footage from a security camera she had installed, trained on her front door. The recording unveiled something that sent shivers down even the most seasoned officers' spines. The grainy video depicted Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, only to have an exact likeness of herself enter the apartment 20 minutes later using a key. Forensic scrutiny found no traces of tampering or digital manipulation in the footage. The intruder moved with unnerving precision, donning Rebecca's attire and carrying her distinctive leather bag. However, Rebecca had already been verified by her workplace's security system across town at the same time. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Miss Thorne and can replicate her with uncanny accuracy." The investigation deepened. Fingerprints throughout the apartment matched solely Rebecca's, with no foreign genetic material unearthed. Neighbors reported routine sightings of Rebecca, nothing out of the ordinary, just her usual comings and goings. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, recalled a peculiar encounter with Rebecca where she received no acknowledgement upon greeting her return home, an anomaly that struck her as odd yet not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations within her abode escalated. Food vanished from her refrigerator without a trace, her computer displayed searches she hadn't initiated, and unsettlingly her phone stored photos, selfies of her doppelganger that she had no recollection of capturing. In some images, her expression appeared subtly askew, a smile too wide, eyes too intense. "I feel as though I'm losing my grip on reality," she confided to Detective Shaw during their subsequent meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this delusion." The breakthrough emerged when a trend surfaced in the security footage. The doppelganger only materialized when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, pre-planned activities with predictable durations. "Someone has a profound understanding of your routines," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't random, it's a targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist posited that they were dealing with a fixation case, a persona fixated on emulating Rebecca, living her life with the potential of ultimately supplanting her entirely. Such occurrences, though rare, were well documented in psychological studies. Typically, the perpetrator had undergone a psychological rupture, fixating on a victim embodying traits they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation honed in on Lily Winters, a former colleague mentioned by Rebecca, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their shared attributes. Post-dismissal, she inundated Rebecca with unsettling emails, one of which read, "We are like two halves of the same whole. Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." Upon securing a warrant to search Lily's residence, the investigation veered into a chilling realm. One of Lily's chambers had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. Adorning the walls were countless photographs of Rebecca entering her apartment, socializing, engaging in daily activities, all taken unbeknownst to her. A closet harbored duplicates of Rebecca's wardrobe, while a vanity hosted cosmetics identical to those favored by Rebecca, alongside meticulous notes on her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily rituals. The most incriminating evidence surfaced in the form of practice videos, Lily mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, facial expressions. The evolution was evident, from clumsy imitations to near-perfect replicas of the real Rebecca. "She aspired to become me," murmured Rebecca upon beholding the incriminating proof. "It wasn't mere mimicry, it was erasure." Forensic experts uncovered sophisticated apparatus for forging keys and replicating electronic access cards. Lily had orchestrated an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a calendar predicting her schedule in meticulous detail. What eluded investigators was Lily's endgame. Journals discovered in her abode contained disjointed entries vacillating between first and third person, at times referring to Rebecca as both me and her within the same paragraph. The final entry sent a chill down the investigators' spines. Soon, only one of us shall prevail. The stronger entity will endure. When authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace. Signs of a hurried departure littered her residence drawers left ajar, certain equipment missing. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca was sequestered under protective custody, relocated to a secure hideaway under constant surveillance. For 3 weeks, every locale linked to her former life underwent vigilant monitoring. Lily remained elusive. The investigation took a disquieting turn when a security guard at Rebecca's previous workplace reported an anomaly. Despite being on leave and under protection, Rebecca was purportedly sighted entering the building. Subsequent security footage corroborated the account. An individual identical to Rebecca had accessed the premises using a valid ID card, proceeding to her former workstation and perusing her files for 40 minutes before departing. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained sheltered in a guarded sanctuary. The implications crystallized. Lily hadn't absconded, she had executed her stratagem. She now inhabited Rebecca's existence, seamlessly slipping into her skin while the authentic Rebecca concealed herself in obscurity. The case lingered as an enigma. Lily Winters eluded capture. Rebecca Thorne refrained from resuming her former life, opting to forge a fresh identity in an undisclosed sanctuary. Detective Shaw preserves a photograph on her desk, an uncanny resemblance between two women. One embodies Rebecca Thorne, the other mirrors Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their visages, seeking the nuances that would differentiate one from the other. The truly disquieting aspect Shaw imparts to new recruits is not that someone can emulate your appearance or voice. It's the yearning to assume your identity so vehemently that they obliterate themselves in the process. Our identity is not merely what we present to the world, it's the essence we safeguard most vigilantly. Occasionally, we fail to grasp its worth until it is imperiled by another's covetous desires. Story 27. The old house had sat silent and still for years, a ghostly presence in the neighborhood. Whispers floated among the neighbors, tales of the young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind an empty space that seemed to echo with her absence. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, they were met with a peculiar sight, the bedroom door stubbornly locked from within, as if guarding secrets long forgotten. With a creak and a groan, they forced the door open, revealing a room frozen in time. The air hung heavy with dust, a shroud of neglect embracing every corner. Yet amidst the stillness, a sense of unease lingered like a shadow creeping across the floorboards. The bed was meticulously made, the mirror gleaming without a speck, as if waiting for a reflection that never came. Upon the desk, a lone candle stood vigil, its flame long extinguished, leaving behind a trail of wax like tears frozen in time. And there, amidst the stillness, lay a notebook, its pages open to a revelation from the past. The ink was fresh, the handwriting elegant yet tinged with urgency. It was the voice of Elise Winters, a name lost to the whispers of time, her words a haunting echo of a night long gone. Detective Morgan delved into the notebook, tracing the delicate strokes of Elise's pen as if following a trail through the mist of memory. Each word whispered of fear and impending danger, of a presence lurking in the shadows, unseen but felt in the depths of her soul. The final entry bore a weight of foreboding, a plea for understanding in a world turned blind to her truth. As the room was combed for clues, the layers of the past began to unravel, revealing a story of deception and betrayal woven into the fabric of Elise's life. She had been a paralegal, a seeker of justice in a world tainted by greed and corruption. Her meticulous nature had led her down a path fraught with danger, uncovering secrets that powerful men sought to bury beneath layers of deceit. The room held no answers, only whispers of a life interrupted, a voice silenced before its time. But beneath the surface, hidden from prying eyes, a secret lay waiting to be unearthed. A hidden compartment yielded a key that unlocked a vault of revelations at a distant bank. Documents spoke of a web of lies spun by those entrusted with the truth, a web that ensnared the innocent in its deadly embrace. The truth emerged like a specter from the shadows, casting light on the darkness that had clouded Elise's fate. The recordings whispered of crimes committed in the name of profit, of lives sacrificed on the altar of corporate greed. The walls of justice began to close in, revealing the hand that had guided Elise to her untimely end. Vincent Harriman, a man cloaked in shadows, stood accused of a crime that bore the weight of a life lost in pursuit of truth. His denials crumbled in the face of overwhelming evidence, his facade of innocence shattered by the echoes of a past he had sought to erase. The courtroom became a stage for justice long delayed, a reckoning for the sins that had stained the soul of a once respected man. The mystery unraveled thread by thread, leading to a revelation that lay hidden in plain sight. A hidden passage, a secret route to freedom, had shielded the truth from prying eyes, a path paved with deceit and treachery. Vincent Harriman's fate was sealed, his legacy tainted by the stain of a life taken in the name of silence. The room where Elise had made her final stand stood empty once more, a testament to a life cut short by the hands of those who sought to silence her voice. But in the silence of that room, a whisper lingered, a promise of justice served in the shadows of a world consumed by darkness. Elise's legacy lived on in the echoes of her words, a beacon of truth in a sea of lies. As the house stood silent and still, its walls echoing with the ghosts of the past, a light flickered in the upstairs window, a silent vigil for a woman whose voice had been silenced, but whose spirit lived on in the hearts of those who dared to seek the truth. And so, the house remained a monument to a life lost but never forgotten, a reminder that justice, though delayed, will always find its way home.